Howdy, folks. I am Charles Deering. We have Chris Nealon and John Nave in the chat so far. Appreciate y'all being here. This is live stream number 72. We're still working on John Wayne as Rooster Cogburn. The piece is 24 inches wide by 30.5 inches tall. I'm going to let a few more people trickle in here before we get going. Hope everybody's having a decent Sunday or whatever time zone you're in. Hello, Pat H. I used to call him Pat 1961 until I realized his name was Pat and his last name started with an H. So that's why I started calling him that. But I will say, after we're done with this current project, that's what it's supposed to look like when it's cut out. But the next set of live streams will be that project cut out of wood, and that is Kevin Costner and a horse leaning up on a fence from the show Yellowstone. That is what we'll be doing when we're done with this one. Hello, Herb Hooper, Wesley Balco. About time I seen you again, Wesley. I sent you a link if you're able. Herb Hooper's here, and Stephen White is here. Hello, Stephen White. I'll wait till I hear from Wesley before I get going. But if you are watching for the first time, I do occasionally stop to stretch my back because I'm getting older and to partake in my favorite beverage. Appreciate everybody taking time out to be here because I know you don't have to be. And if you're watching for the first time or even the 20th time, I hope you consider subscribing, but make sure you click on that bell to be notified when I upload a video or when I'm starting a live stream. Chris Nealon says, pizza anyone? And that's just going to torture me. But that's what Chris Nealon does. Hello, Wesley. You mean just you can come in for a few minutes, or it'll be a few minutes before you can come in, Wes? He's talking over on Facebook, by the way. Wes, if you can write to me over on Facebook, I'll be able to get the link to you quicker. I thought I sent you a link, but maybe I didn't. And for those that don't know, I'm able to go a little bit quicker. Okay. I'm able to go a little bit quicker when I have somebody on the panel here to read the comments and questions, because I do have to stop to read the comments and questions, which I don't mind doing. But that delays a little further beyond my stretching and Dr. Pepper. And Wes, I just sent you the link. And let's get on over back to the deal. Let's see if we can keep it a little bit more on the rails than we did last time, Wes. All right, we're going to get going here shortly. If anybody has any comments or questions before we get going, please, or even during, even if they're off topic, as long as they're family friendly, I will address them. So please don't be shy. Ask any questions you have. Welcome, Harnell Media of Steve Nealon, the guy who makes my website. Oh, I forgot all about. I'm terrible at keeping track of friends' live streams, but Mark Lindsay is a good guy. And thank you, Steve Nealon. Does anybody have any comments or questions before I get running here? I do not mind comments and questions during the live feed, obviously, because that encourages conversation. All I ask is that you understand that I will occasionally have to stop cutting to read them because nobody else is here to read them for me. And if you're watching on Facebook, I cannot see or if you're watching on Facebook, you cannot see the YouTube comments, and YouTube people cannot see the Facebook comments. That's why why they are read out loud. But you're encouraged to ask and comment anything as long as it's family friendly. It does not have to be on topic. And I guess I'm going to get going here. I will go through the usual of explaining for those that do know what we're doing here, or even for those that don't. The tool I'm using is called a scroll saw. We're cutting through 2 layers of 1/4-inch maple ply. This particular scroll saw is a Hegner 22-inch. The blade I'm using is a number 5 flat-ended spiral from Flying Dutchman. And I believe that's everything. And we're going to get going. Y'all let me know if the picture focus goes in or out, because sometimes that happens when I'm zoomed far back like this. Appreciate y'all dropping by. Let's do this. Now we are using the same blade we left off with yesterday's live stream, so it's going to be a little bit dull, but it still works. But for those that have never watched the live stream before or scroll sawing, it's not abnormal for spiral blades to break, so it's not the end of the world. We just load another one in. But if you're here for the first time, again, I hope you'll consider subscribing and clicking that bell and click on the word all to be notified of all uploads, whether they're pre-recorded and edited or live streams like this. You'll always be notified. As far as the projects I work on these live streams, there's all kinds of themes, but here lately has been this piece, and the next one will be the Yellowstone scene. Again, please don't be shy if you have any comments or questions. Get a little bit of a bumpy line. I don't want. It's not the end of the world, but it's a little bumpy, so it sticks out to me. But it is just a wrinkle in the clothes, so it's not real important. And as Hardneil Media says, that's available at woodenvisions.com. Just the pattern, not the finished piece. Finished piece, message me privately if you're interested. And I'll put my email address over there on the little ticker if anybody wants to email me. I don't do these live feeds for the sake of sales, but I'm not opposed to sales. We have Mr. Wesley Balco with us. He will be hearing his voice. Hello, Wesley.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing over there?
Oh, just peachy.
I need to create a banner here with my email address. What have you been doing?
And when I haven't been working,
Okay.
I've been having a real nice time.
Well, that's good.
My dinner the last couple of weeks.
Are we talking of a romantic nature, sir?
We could be.
Sorry, I might have gone a little too personal there. Sorry about that.
No, I've been spending a little extra time with the lady.
That's good. All right, if anybody wants to email me, that is... Go ahead.
Look at you, got a fancy little banner.
Well, it can also be distracting, but it's easier than people trying to remember my email address. But also, if anybody is watching on YouTube and wants to connect on Facebook, I go by the Charles Deering, and that's all one word on Facebook. You're welcome to send me a friend request. As long as you're not Nigeria trying to sell me something or tell me I have a great third uncle that died, left me some money, then I'll accept you. Hello, Doug Miller, watching over on YouTube. And per the usual, Wes, if you do not mind covering the comments and questions, that would not bother me in the least. It's not mandatory, but it'd be sure much appreciated.
I just rolled over to the comments, trying to catch up there.
All right, so far it's just a bunch of howdies.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, good to see you again.
So now that I am not really on camera, but I am on microphone, I will say hello to everybody.
All right. Oh, all right. Let's get going on this thing. Now, Wes likes to give me crap about how slow I scroll, but number one, I only scroll on the live streams. I don't cheat and do it off screen.
I was just when you've been working on this.
I don't know the best way to know that would be to look at the past live streams and add up the math and take off a little bit for the time I talk, because usually I'm here alone, so I have to stop and read the comments and questions. That takes away a little bit from the time, which I don't mind. But there's that.
Part of the show.
Yep. Well, I mean, as far as how long the actual cutting's taking, it.
Right.
I believe yesterday's live stream was just a couple minutes short of 5 hours.
Okay. And what size is that? That looks like about 2 by 3.
2 feet wide by 30.5 inches tall. So a little short of 3 feet tall. Yeah.
Okay.
I need to turn up my speakers. I can barely hear you. Where's my speakers? Well, I had a long ways to go. Okay, I should be able to hear you now.
All right.
And for anybody watching this never scroll sawed before, it is a very child-friendly tool. I can sit here and pluck the blade. It will not hurt me. I don't recommend doing it because it's kind of dorky to just do it. But it's a very safe tool. It's the safest tool in the shop. There's no blood, no nothing on my finger. I shared this video to a bunch of John Wayne groups, and most of which, if not all, I'm part of. So that's why I'm gearing some of my comments towards people that may not know what a scroll saw even is.
There you go.
And Wesley Balco also does live feeds occasionally on Facebook, doing the same stuff.
That he does.
Does he want to tell everybody about it so they can find him if they so desire?
Oh, he could do that. He can be found on Facebook at the Scroll Saw Cafe. He is also on YouTube under Scroll Saw Cafe.
Nice. Well, again,
and his email address is scrollsawcafe@gmail.com.
Good to know. Much obliged.
Thanks for having me, sir.
Not that problem. Always welcome. Sometimes I
forget.
Can I
get a little scrolling address there beside yours?
What was it? Scroll Saw Cafe? Well, shoot, that's a lot of typing. That sounds
kidding.
I'm about to say that sounds very arrogant of me to not put yours on there, but I don't know how to respond.
I'm just a guess. You can hear my voice. I don't need a scrolling banner.
Okay. I think that can be done on a standard membership on StreamYard. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All right. Again, we have 15 people watching. If any of y'all have any comments or questions, they don't have to be on topic. Feel free to throw them out there, and I will respond, or Wesley will respond, or somebody in the chat might respond if they know the answer.
Oh, just so I feel like I'm doing my John. John just typed in. That's why I said I'll do my John now. And Job said, hello, everyone, who I missed.
Appreciate you being here, John, as well as everybody else watching, even those of y'all being real shy and quiet out in the chat.
It is kind of quiet.
It'll pick up after a while. Some people may be at church. I don't know the hours of some churches, but we're it's probably a little after 2 p.m. here Central Time in Gatesville, Texas. I know the UK is 6 hours ahead, so it's about 8 p.m. there. Wait, 8 p.m. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. My audio dropped for a second there.
That never happened. Again, the blade I'm using is the one I was using yesterday when the live stream ended, so It is a little bit dull.
Chris Nealon says, listening and cleaning my shop.
I
And
need to be
Mimi
cleaning
Lord
my
has
shop.
joined us.
Hello, Mimi.
So, people, how is everyone?
Just Biffy.
And it is 3 p.m. for Mr. John.
All right. I need to be cleaning my shop, but this is more fun to do and more fun to show. I'm procrastinating big time on cleaning my shop.
I cleaned my shop once, and then it just got dirty again, so...
Yeah, it keeps happening. I don't know why. Occasionally, I will check over on YouTube because they like to hold my live streams for a review. So y'all bear with me. Yep, they're already holding it for a review. Wow, they didn't waste any time on that. They didn't do it during my 5-hour live stream yesterday, but they did it today. Barely 16 minutes in, they held me for a review. I love you, YouTube. You're so precious. But I have gained 3 subscribers since I started the live feed, and I appreciate that.
And it might have been John's comment about being just ducky.
Well, I'm glad I checked because there's only one time
they like being ducky.
So rest assured, we shall not. There's one time YouTube held my live stream for review before it even went live. But yeah, that's just how they work.
Doug Miller wants to know if you use a number 3 or a 000 spiral blade.
I do use number 3s if I'm going small on something this large, but for the most part, I use number 5s.
I do like to use the 000s, but Charles has not so good luck with those tiny little blades.
At least not on a Hegner. I cannot get the tension dialed in right on a Hegner.
But I tell you what, on what is that thing? He's a porta cable. Porta cable. It does not like spiral blades at all.
I'm surprised you haven't done a live stream with your dad since he likes to scroll.
He doesn't really care to be on camera so much.
That's true. My dad doesn't want his face on camera, but he had his voice on camera once on an old video a long time ago. Very proud individual.
I have, yeah. I've posted a couple of pictures post heart attack of him running his saw, but he's one of those that, all the publicity you want. I'm just doing this for fun.
I hear you. This is the number 3s I use. Same brand, it's just a different label, but the size is different as well. Number 3. I'm trying to get the glare off the camera or off the cellophane, plastic, whatever it is. That's the number 3s I use. So there's
Florence Fullen says hello, everybody.
Hello, Florence.
Mimi Lord is getting ready to go out to my shop. It's very cloudy outside and a good day to stay in.
Who's your mic? About time you came back, mister.
Oh.
He says, hello, all you young people out there. I think he's in his upper 70s, so he can say that. But you're only as old as you feel, right, Mike? All right. Sorry for stealing your thunder there, Wes.
No, you timed that perfect because right as his comment came in, it dropped my chat there for a second.
It loves to do that.
Hello, Miss Shear. Who's Shear, Mike?
That's French for you rednecks. Just kidding. Because I am a redneck.
Redneck French, huh?
Excuse me for coughing into the mic. Y'all take a drink with me. Whatever you drink is up to you. I do not encourage alcoholism, but I do inspire it sometimes.
Oh, I will say thank you for the reminder. I have a 2-liter sitting in the icebox of Pepsi. I don't drink that hardcore stuff like Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. Anybody doesn't know what an icebox is, it is a refrigerator.
Oh goodness, we had this conversation at work yesterday.
Yeah, I gotta decipher. Not everybody's down south.
An icebox is not the same as a refrigerator.
I apologize, Hoosier Mike. He says he's only 70, and people are talking to you as well.
Oh, well, if I was able to be home at the shop It's what I would do.
Yeah, I mean, this is the benefit of being home all the time, but I don't like the reason that I'm home all the time. No, it's not house arrest. It's anxiety. I don't get out of the house very much. I didn't want any rumors to get started. I am not on house arrest. I have something called panic disorder, so I barely leave the house unless I have to. That's why people like Wes drive 4 hours to see me every now and then.
That's right.
He hasn't bought
Get out of the house.
Yeah, he hasn't brought my second set of kids over in a while. That sounded really weird. I call his kids my kids because they're adorable. By God.
Niece and nephew wouldn't sound as strange.
Well, yeah.
Okay. They do call you Uncle Charles.
Well, I've never heard that.
No? Uncle Charlie. Ron Buchanan says, hello, Charles.
And it's not 348 cuts anymore. It's 350. Well, I say 350, but I found one area down here that I had 2 pilot holes, so it's actually 349. I had only missed 1 pilot hole. And Ron Buchanan goes by the Wood Traveler on YouTube if anybody's interested.
Who's your mate since he was in the... Oh. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Was in the hospital for a few days with a 104-degree temperature.
Well, stop doing that, Mike Dagnabbit. And I'm sorry, Wes. I'm in the habit of reading my own comments and questions, so I'm not used to letting somebody else do it. I appreciate everybody for dropping by, including Mr. Wesley Balco.
Yes, sir. Finally caught me a little bit of slowdown.
How are my kiddos doing? Okay, my niece and nephew.
And this there, I might be back. My audio's
yeah, it is.
Video glitched for just a second. I
can
tell. They are. I am excited to say we've been trying to get this planned for the last 2.5 years, but I'm finally going to get my daddy on the 20th.
That's cool.
So, Parks and Rec down there where they're at is hosting a Roaring 20s themed date night, daddy-daughter date.
Oh, that's cool. My daughter's 21 now. Yours is only like 8 or 9 or 10, right?
She will be 11 in March.
Growing like a weed.
In fact, she'll be 11 on March 11th.
My daughter's birthday is March 13th. How cool is that?
That's really cool.
I can't believe my daughter's already 21. That makes me feel really old.
John says my check is in the mail. And get my what? That was night.
Say that real quick 10 times. Of course, you couldn't do the toy boat 10 times either.
Yeah, I'll stick with one time. Kind of mediocrely slow.
For anybody listening that doesn't know what I'm talking about, try to say the words toy boat consecutively, somewhat quickly, 10 times in a row. It's dang near impossible. It's not impossible, but it's close. Have fun. Hours of fun with your friends trying to say toy boat 10 times consecutively, somewhat quickly.
Toy boat? Toy boat?
Yeah, no, that's not somewhat quickly.
Toy boat? That's as quick as I'm getting.
I'm going to try it one time. Toy boat, toy boat, toy boat. Even when you say it right, it sounds wrong sometimes. But, that's what I mean by somewhat quickly. Toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat. See, I said toy boat. I'm telling you, somebody out there is trying.
Toy boat. Toy boat.
Yep.
Toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat.
You saying toy boat? Yeah, even saying it slowly sometimes you can mess up.
Toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat. Toy boat. It can't be done, dadgummit.
It can be done, but not constantly. I'd like to hear a radio DJ or a sound and a voiceover person try it, because they usually have a lot of coaching with their voices and talking quick.
Yeah.
they might have better odds of doing well at it. Wonder if Edna Mangum still watches. I know she tries to catch every live stream, but she doesn't comment much, which is fine.
I lost the chat for just a second.
Who's
Mimi Lord said, "Did you see the one from Mimi Lord?"
No.
Heard
Well,
of King's Store and Creamery.
Have you heard of the Mill King Store and Creamery? I have not, ma'am. Hoosier Mike says, still enjoying the shows. We're going to start kicking in your show. Oh, what? Wes, are you going to start kicking in your shows again?
Eventually, maybe.
Eventually, maybe. So put that on your calendar.
I will say I've already done 3 live shows. Well, I can't even call them live shows. 3 videos have been posted to my YouTube channel this year, so I'm ahead of schedule.
I'm glad to see my subscribers picking up. I started doing live streams around December 11th of 2019, and I lost 30 subscribers, and they're slowly but surely ticking back up. I was at 6380 when I started doing live streams, and I think we're at 6358 or 9 right now, which is cool.
I haven't been doing any live shows since, I guess, the pheasant, really. I did a couple of the little nameplates here recently. Those are my little quick in and out projects. And then I did the sunflower piece. I don't do my intarsia on camera because of the time that goes into all that.
Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't, because you see a few scrolling videos, but you rarely ever see live feeds for intarsia.
Yeah.
I think it would do well if that matters to you.
I will say I've got, and I just went blank on her name.
Judy Gale Roberts.
Not heard the other one. Kathy
Wise.
Yeah, Kathy Wise just released the cougar pattern.
Cool.
I started out, I'm going to call it my cedar picket cougar.
All right.
And what I've done there is I've cut the entire body out of, I think it was 4 or 5 pieces of cedar picket. They're all Japanese cedar pickets, but they all have different color in them.
Well, that's neat.
So you'll be able to see which pieces are what when it's all done.
It's very rare that you get that many colors out of one board or one style of wood.
Right. Oh, and that's what I love about this Japanese cedar is how much variation from one board to the next there is.
Isn't Japanese cedar what you gave me some of?
Yeah.
They all look the same to me. I guess you got...
Some of them do, but I mean, there's... you might get one that I call it blonde, because it's a real yellowish, creamy color like your traditional Western red would be.
Yeah, maybe it would be more like sapwood, I'm thinking. I don't know. I know sapwood tends to be blonde in a lot of woods.
Yeah. But then there's one that I call it a chocolate, because it's real dark brown. There's the light tan color, and then occasionally you get the marble swirl that I call it, where you've got the combination of all 3 colors. You got a little bit of blonde mixed in with the light and dark, and it gives it what I call a marbly swirl.
And that's one of those pieces you don't want to just slap in any old project. You want it to fit in right perfect spot. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Again, if anybody has any comments or questions, please throw them out there. We have... I got a... Who's your mic? Well, we missed a whole bunch, didn't we? They just jumped in.
We sure did.
Well, that's what happens. YouTube has a little bit of a lag. Where are we at? John Nave says, I shared your live stream. I will continue to share live streams that I love. Thank you, John. Why wouldn't you want to help promote your fellow friends? Amen. Or even some of your enemies, by God. Makes you the bigger man or woman, whoever you are. Hoosier Mike says, watch Miter Mike's show there for a while. He is a great scroller also. Yes, sir. Florence Bolin says, hello, everybody. Looking good, Charlie. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, that wasn't Florence Bolin. That was John Cousins. John Cousins, if you want to get on the link, message, or if you want to get on the panel, message me over on Facebook, and I'll throw you on there. John Nave, appreciate you being here, by the way. John Name is saying hello to people. Jacob of JSG Woodworking over on YouTube, appreciate you. Florence Bolin, sorry Wes, I forgot you were here again. Florence Bolin says that sounded ruder than I intended it. It seems it might be time consuming and don't have the right sander. Yeah, but Wes, if you want us to tell people what tools you use, it's up to you. I know you use that little mini carver thingy.
Yeah, so I cut all my pieces on the scroll saw like a normal, I guess some people call it segmentation would be.
Mm-hmm.
Fit them all back together. If I have any variances in between the pieces, I will hold those together and run my scroll saw blade in between just to kind of clean them up and make everything match.
Yep.
Early on, about 2.5 years ago, I guess now, I did, and everybody drinks now because he broke a blade.
Yeah, for those that don't know, we have a playful drinking game. When I break a scroll saw blade, you got to take a drink. It doesn't have to be alcohol. And by the way, when I'm apologizing to Wes, it's because I'm used to reading the comments and questions. So usually that's not always mandatory, but when there's a guest on the panel, they generally read the comments and questions. But I've been so used to doing it myself that I keep forgetting to let Wes. So that was a broken blade, so nobody freak. We got more. Okay, go ahead, Wes. You were talking about Intarji.
Yeah, if I've got any kind of variances between my pieces, I will hold them together, find where I'm not fitting right, and just run my blade through there until I get everything lined up quite a bit better. Instead of trying to run it through on some people use the little sanding drums to sand the pieces down to hit the lines and whatnot.
Yeah, sanding drums.
Once I get all my pieces cut, for the longest time I was using the Dremel tool, the little hand tool, which worked fine with I believe there's a 1.5 inch sanding drum that you can get on those. And I have.
Well, if you're an everyday and
here we go. I'm back here. I can kind of tell in the speakers here when my audio starts glitching. But,
I appreciate you dropping by, Chris Neal.
Use the little sanding drums on the Marathon micro motor now instead of that Dremel.
Now, not to take away from what you just talked about with the micro sander or whatever, but for somebody that doesn't charge it every day, is it beneficial to have that little one or something like the inflatable drum sander or mop sanders?
I think if you're working on a bigger scale than what I normally do, yes, it's going to be more beneficial to have the big inflatables. Anybody that has seen most of my work knows I don't normally go like humongous Judy Gale Roberts or...
Yeah, as y'all can see, most of my work is pretty small.
or Charles Deering here.
I tend to cut billboards.
But I was going to say, if you want to throw me on your camera here for just a second, I'll walk into my shop.
All right.
And
I don't know how to make you the only one there. Let me see if I can find a version that makes you bigger. Nope. Dang it.
That was the wrong button. All right, so here's the main control for the micro motor. That's all I use to do my shaping. Just your standard 3M sanding drums on there. And I have it set up here in the scroll room. I used to do all this outside because this may be one of my favorites right here. I started out doing the main body, and in between I thought it would be really cool to do just the face into the throat on a piece of live edge slab and taper it off down into this live edge.
That's pretty cool.
So that's what we've done. That's what I've been working on here the last couple of nights.
Now, Wes, I know I'm not a YouTube expert, but I really think you almost never see people doing Intarsia in real time. I really think you should consider doing live feeds with the Intarsia. It may be a long, involved process, but heck, I've done an 11-hour live feed and people stuck around. So
that's right.
I just think it could really jump your subscribers up big time if you did it on YouTube.
It could. You're right. But I recently finally got my dust collection set up on the Pegasaw, which this worked out great because of the other adapters that I use. That's just a piece of 2 1/4 PVC with the fitting down to 1 1/8, I believe it is, to accommodate my hose. And I just have that sitting here. I still run that on my foot pedal. And as I'm sitting here holding my pieces, doing my carving, all my sawdust is being sucked into the vacuum.
Yeah, I need something like that near me. That's most of my mess. By the way, John Cousins says your shop is too clean. John, I don't know if you ever... John Cousins, I don't know if you ever responded, but you're welcome to be on the panel here. If you message me on Facebook, I'll throw you the link. Let me know when you're done showing Wes. So I don't take you off camera too soon.
Let's see. My table's a mess back behind me, and you can see this room is not very big at all. But
yeah,
it is air conditioned. So,
all right. I guess since you turned the camera off, that you're done.
I can be done. I'll let you have your show back.
Well, I think that might have captivated everybody's interest. I have no issues whatsoever.
But yeah, I have been. I think this piece of cedar, I guess most people call them cookies, when you cut the cross-cut slabs out of there, it's going to turn out pretty sharp.
All right. Okay. John Cousins says he has to go get some cutting done, so he will not be joining us. But we still got Wes over here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I am still here.
Again, if anybody has any comments or questions, even if they're not on the topic of scroll sawing, please feel free to throw them out there. If they're family friendly, we will repeat them. After the last live stream I had Wes on, I wondered if I had to start checking people's blood alcohol content before they got on.
Hey.
That was a hoot.
I only had one house Rita that night.
Yeah, the house the size of a barrel.
No. It was just a small glass. And it's a house Rita for $1.99. Yeah, for $1.99. You don't get much alcohol.
Well, that night it was particularly hard to tell, but we still love you. So I'm glad things are going good for you.
Well, I will say last night was a little bit different.
A little bit what? I think I lost your audio.
Just one.
Oh. So your audio delayed, so I interrupted you, I think.
I said I had a few more than just one last night, and a very, very nice evening.
I smell romance in the air, but we can't talk about it.
Oh my God.
Well, we can, but respecting privacy.
Charles, I was drinking alone.
Okay, I saw Adrian Nadim is back with us. Hello, Adnan Nadim. Sorry for mispronouncing that. Florence Bolin, since Wes ain't doing his job, says that would be cool, Wes, to do live video of you doing Intarsia. See?
All right.
Yeah, John Nave says that was a fun live stream, barrel size, referring to that margarita.
Mm-hmm.
For those that don't know, I do not drink, but you can't tell by the way I act sometimes.
You do drink Dr. Pepper out of a barrel, though.
Yes, sir. For those that don't know, I forgot what I was going to say, so never mind. Wow, I started a sentence and forgot what I was going to say. That never happens. All right.
We were talking about the barrel size.
That was before that.
Live stream.
This is live stream number 72, if anybody's keeping up.
72.
Yep. If it wasn't for the occasional health issues or just needing to sleep, I'd probably be over 100 by now, or close to it. But we're going to get there.
Hey, just like the alligator eats an elephant.
All right.
One bite at a time.
I was about to say whatever the heck that meant, but yeah, one bite at a time makes sense.
One bite at a time.
So I'll need 11 more subscribers to be back where I was when I started doing live streams. And then we'll hopefully continue to go upwards. What I'm doing right now is checking to see if I'm still being held for review. And lo and behold, yes, I am. But we're going to get back on this piece here. Appreciate everybody being here. And I'll let Wes catch the comments. Hint, hint.
Oh, yeah.
That's what those are. Wink, wink.
Oh, excuse me. I'm getting all choked up now. John says, I think there's a tank on top of the building filled with Dr. Pepper.
And Herb Pepper saying he would like to see you do a live stream with Intarsia. I appreciate it, John.
That one just came in.
I appreciate it, John. I'm just half kidding, and I'm going to turn my speakers up a little higher so I can hear better. All right.
Well, since we're talking about this topic, do we want to see a video of just finishing the pieces, or would we like to see something start to finish? As far as I think where I start cutting the pieces out and then come back and shape them and then put everything back together, or?
Well, I think ideally the whole process, but I mean, since you've already started this one, you could, put your foot in the water, so to speak, or your toes in the water and feel out people's reactions. But to my knowledge, nobody else is doing Intarsia videos without showing what they've already done.
Right, or doing just some kind of basic, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a speed cap deal where you just got a few shots here through, beep, 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 and then it's done.
Yeah, time lapse stuff, which
time lapse. That's the word I'm looking for.
I used to do that all the time because if I did real time uploads, then I'd have a lot of hours. And who's your mic?
Russ Clarity did an Intarsia squirrel on his showcase. Really like that.
Yeah, and everybody's giving you their feedback on what you said.
The whole thing, start to finish. All right, so.
Trying to get my mouse set up so the cursor isn't covering up some of the comments. All right.
So now we have a start to finish. Let's throw around some themes here, and might even do a design a pattern type thing and go from there.
There you go. I'm telling you, you might start your own little niche. I don't follow Intarsia to know if there's any start to finish Intarsia videos out there, but I haven't heard about them. So that could very well be your niche to get you to grow on YouTube, and then I'll be a guest host on your dang live shows. I'm just kidding.
There you go.
John Cousin said, I was just thinking about a speed challenge. Oh, heck. I go slow and carefully, so I would lose that one. Again, if anybody has any questions regarding anything Wes is talking about or anything I'm doing or talking about, feel free to throw them out there. It does not have to be on topic. I have never once tried Intarsia.
I was able to say that once.
Yep. What's funny is I never heard of it.
Who's your Mike says he would like to see something. He's stuck on the Beach Boys.
Believe it or not, I had never even heard of a scroll saw until 1997. And that's when I picked it up, and here we are.
John C., get all the Team Scroll Saw to do a group video.
I can't even get all of them to write back to me.
That would be the hard part with everybody being in 4 different time zones.
Yeah, I've been trying to contact Jamie Page. I hope he's all right. I'm not trying to start any rumors that he's not all right. I've just been trying to contact him.
Yeah. I can't remember whose pattern it is, but there's this very basic little simple Intarsia style goldfish out there that I've said for probably 6 years I'm gonna do one, because that a lot of people do this little goldfish as their first Intarsia piece, and I, being the ignorant fool that I am, thing simple and work my way up. I start with the biggest, baddest thing I can find and be like, I'm gonna figure this out as I go.
I was having a booger trying to find this pilot hole, so I'm glad you were talking during that.
Oh, and everybody takes a drink.
And he's John Cousins. By the way, John C. is John P.A. Cousins. He's talking to you there.
It's a JGR pattern.
Judy Gale Roberts.
I can't remember whose pattern that is. I mean, if you do a Google search for Intarsia goldfish, it pops up. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Yeah, without losing my feed, since I am on a mobile device. Goldfish Intarsia. It is a Kathy Wise goldfish.
All right.
Or at least a Kathy Wise YouTube video with the goldfish is out there.
So apparently some people do Intarsia on YouTube. I don't know. I haven't heard about him, but I don't follow Intarsia real closely. Mr. Meadows is probably sleeping, Mike. His days and nights are so twisted right now. The other day, after I finished my live stream, it was about 7 p.m. He was just waking up, and my next live stream, he was just going to bed. So,
I don't think these videos on YouTube are probably real time. It looks like most of them are all going to be cut and edited or time lapse. It looks like
definitely live.
I'm scared to open one up and try to play it, because it'll probably drop me off of your feed if I did.
That or mess up the audio. Live feeds are more rare. Stephen White says, "What's the size of your Native American patterns?" Well, I scan them in at 300 dpi, and there's usually 2 sheets of paper, so it's hard to give you an exact size. But that's why I scan them in large, so that you can make them larger or smaller, and it won't take away the detail. So I wish I could give you a better answer, Stephen White. And John Cousins is saying Kathy Wise would have been his next guest for the designer. Again, if anybody's listening and doesn't know anything about scroll sawing or Intarsia or what I'm doing, feel free to ask questions or throw comments out there. You don't have to. We don't have a cool crowd thing, Just we welcome anytime watchers, beginners, people that aren't even into it. You're welcome to comment. We tend to go off topic ourselves sometimes, which is completely fine.
You mean there's a topic?
Not specifically. In other words, we don't have to talk about scroll sawing. I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying, whatever. Because people might be wanting to ask something or say something that's not scroll saw related. and might be holding back, and I'm telling them they don't have to. Yeah, I've never designed a pattern with a specific size in mind. I just get the detail in there I want to, and I scan it in at 300 dpi, which is usually 2 sheets of paper at 300 dpi. Dots per inch. Stephen White says, that's fine. I can resize. Thank you. You're fired, Wes. Just kidding.
Sorry,
You're good.
I got distracted. I'm not even looking at the chat right now.
I'm just giving you heck. I'm used to reading it myself anyway. And it's never a requirement. So
I can't lie. I'm looking at somebody else's chat at the moment. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're in love.
I didn't say it was her chat.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say it wasn't either.
Yeah, sure.
It is.
Wesley's in love.
He is.
Aww.
He's been bitten, dadgummit. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let me get back on.
Okay, he accidentally hit the wrong button, and he disappeared, so he'll be back, hopefully. Love boat. I've seen that show in years. Well, welcome back, Wes. Gag, Blabbit. All right.
Sorry, that was very much not the right button. let me get back on track here, and boop, there I went.
I hear you. Those things never happen on live shows.
Mm-mm. No, everything always goes as planned. Boop, and I'm gone again.
There was one time Russ Meadows had that happen 3 or 4 times in a row, and I know him well enough to know he's saying all kinds of dirty words. Dag, blabbit. Well, I mean, that's not a dirty word, but yeah.
That's the kid-friendly dirty word.
Yeah, sure. Now, for those that don't know, wherever you see these black X's, that's where I have brad nails holding the stack together. I cut those after I'm out of that area.
Are you stacking 2 or 3?
2. I would have done 3 ordinarily, because if I think something will sell well, I'll cut 3 of them. But as I found when I was doing that walking horse, stack cut 3, it cut way too slow.
Yeah. I will say you are going a little quicker. It looks like.
Not really, but thank you.
I will say, in the last couple of scrolling videos I did, I switched. What was that I was working on? Oh, when I was doing the pheasant pattern that I got you to help me out with.
Yeah, sure.
I was doing a double stack on that one. And at one point, I said I was only going to use Pegasus blades on it. And I was using a 00. But I'd run out of my last little blade, and I just reached over on the table and grabbed one. And it happened to be one of my 000 Niquas. And I thought, oh, just for giggles, I'm going to use a Niqua and just show people how much difference there is speed-wise between the two blades. And I was so used to blowing through this pattern with the Pegasus blades that I made about 7 cuts, and I was like, I'm sorry, I can't do it. This is too slow for me.
And for those that don't know, Niqua and Flying Dutchman are the exact same blades. Flying Dutchman was the name given to them when they came to the U.S. initially,
And Pegasus blades, in my opinion, are sharper, but they're more brittle. And a lot of people will tell you that, but not everybody. And that I am referring to spirals.
Are less forgiving as far as flexibility than the Flying Dutchman.
Josh Gerber says it's karaoke with Charles. Welcome back, Josh. And that was me singing the Love Boat while you were gone. Go ahead.
Just like your lady friend, if you learn how to handle that Pegasus blade, you don't break them.
Hey, now. No. I mean,
I have yet to figure out how to hold my lady, but I can hold the spiral blade.
Good lordy. Yeah, I mean, I know you saw in one of the groups people were discussing their favorite blades, and a lot of people like the Pegasus. Well, flat blades are very popular with Pegasus. The modified geometry more so than any of the others, but the spiral blades, the consensus was that they cut good. They're just brittle. They're less forgiving, like you said.
Yeah. And I'm bad about it. And if anybody's watched my live feeds, they'll see it. And I mention this ever so often. I don't baby the blades either. So when you do see me blake a blade.
I say the same thing.
Break a blade. I blake a braid. You not while I'm running the saw anymore. It's in between pilots when I in and out so quick that I get the blade fed through, and I tend to let go of the piece and just let it fall.
And it'll bend and break it, yeah.
And if I catch that blade just right, I put that little bit of kink in it, and then as soon as you tension up, that's where you're going to break it most of the time.
Yeah, I did a review of the Pegasus versus the Flying Dutchman one time, and I loved how easily the Pegasus blades cut through thick wood. But yeah, what you couldn't see on that review is, hours upon hours of use and finding how often they broke. That's why I went back to Flying Dutchman. I just got tired of having to switch out blades.
And that's the first thing I tell people anymore. I've used both brands so much now in testing and trying to figure them out that, to me personally, they tally out in the long run. And I'm talking like a 6, 7, 8 hour run time.
Yeah.
They tally out to equal each other the way I cut. Because I've learned the blades. I learned how each blade reacts, and I know how to handle that blade.
Yeah.
So, like, to me, there's no comparison. They run side by side in my shop.
Yeah, I don't want to use the word abuse, but Rick Hutchison will be the first to tell you he uses the heck out of scroll saw blades, and he'll torque all kinds of different directions, whether it's flat or I don't know if he uses spirals or not, but I know when he's using blades, man, he goes 90 to nothing for one, but he's also pushing really hard. It looks like he can answer that better than I could, but that man will use the heck out of blades.
Yeah.
And John Cousins says, I've never had a problem with my Pulgar blades.
I've never heard of Pulgar.
I don't know, that might be a misspelling, but yeah, I've never heard of Pulgar either. Pulger. You want to Google that one too without hitting the wrong button?
Maybe he meant Pegasus. I don't know.
He might have. It started with the same letter. Yeah, it might have been an autocorrect.
What was it? I tried some other kind of German blade. They're called Strongman something or another. Hockenberg. I can't say it.
All right.
But I was not impressed with them at all.
I'm also somewhat of a loyalist. When I find something I like, I rarely change. So for me to even try the Pegasus was a step up for me. But the fact, I guess, again, the only thing that turned me off of them, and I am referring to just spirals, was how brittle they were. So,
and he says that is correct. I believe he meant to say Pegasus. Oh, wait, correct. Now he says he hates Pegasus.
All right.
Yeah, and when it comes to brands and styles of blades, not everybody's going to agree on one blade, so it's whatever works for you.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said on your post the other day and all that, talking about it, like I used Olson blades for 9.5 years, and I thought they were good blades. And
Yeah.
when Steven sent me that pack of Pegasus blades, I was scared to try it because I was like, if I don't like this, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings and be like, your blade's crap.
Yeah, that's the first thing I told him. I'm not going to lie to people. And not that he was asking me to, but yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, well, all right. They sat on my kitchen counter for 2.5 weeks before I finally said, okay, I'm going to go try it. And with the very first cut I made on that first blade, I was like, wow. That's okay. Don't judge it yet. Give it a few more cuts.
I was definitely impressed by how quick it cut through thick wood. I mean, I'll give it that. But yeah, the breaking is what turned me off of them. But they are sharp, and I believe they're made of different material. But a lot of people didn't know Nequa and Flying Dutchman are the exact same blades. It's just Nequa's the factory and the name. And then when Mike Morlock brought them to the United States of America, or North America in general, he gave it his own name.
Yeah.
And John Cousins, I saw that you just sent me a picture, but I'm not there right this second, as you well know. Hopefully that wasn't private. And one person did imply that we're paid to talk about what blades we like. We're not. Every now and then you'll get a discount coupon, but I was never paid to say I like something. I was never paid to buy Pegasus blades. I was given a coupon every now and then, but for quite a few months I was paying full price like everybody else was.
Yep.
And I didn't start talking about how brittle they are out of spite. It was strictly my opinion.
Oh, and I'll tell people, I don't. Oh, and everybody drinks because he just broke another one.
He said as he broke a blade.
Right, and I mean, you use the blade long enough, it's going to break. I don't care what brand it is.
Especially a spiral.
It's going to break.
Yeah, because spirals flex in all directions, and that happens more often than the flat blade.
Yeah. But as far as the flat Pegasus blades, I mean, from the very get-go, had any trouble with breakage. And that's what got me initially started. Like, from day one, there was several people saying, like, they put a blade in, they make 1 or 2 cuts, and they break it. And I'm like, what are you doing wrong? Because I've been using these for 6 months now, and I can take one blade out of a dozen and use it for 6-7 days before I wear it out, and still not break it. But I think a lot of it is how well like how well you learn your machine. It doesn't matter what brand of scroll saw you're using. Learn how that saw runs and operates. Learn the material that you're cutting on, how it cuts in the particular blade. I mean, like I said, each blade cuts different.
Yeah, and real quickly, Josh Grover says, when I saw Nequa, yes, you spelled it correctly, Josh, first time I stayed clear of them because I'd never heard of them before, and that's why I try to tell people they're the exact same blades. John Cousins says, have you tried Garnet Hall Sawbird blades? I have not tried them. But yeah, that's another thing out there. I don't know if they're another brand that are renamed, but yeah, those are out there by Garnet Hall Sawbird blades, if you want to Google that. And John Cousins sent me a picture. There is such a thing as Polgar blades. That was not a typo. Rolla. Never heard of them. But yeah, whatever works for y'all is what matters. I mean, if it does what you want it to do, by golly, you're in business, so to speak.
Well, that's what I was going. Is using 9.5 years. I thought they were decent until I got a hold of the Pegasus.
Well, I've had a couple people call me out.
You know.
Now I say call me out. Now I'm not referring to everybody that's ever asked me, but I have had a couple people try to imply that I was saying I liked Pegasus blades because they paid me to say that. And number one, what you saw on that live feed, I believe it was a live feed. I don't know if it was that or it was just no editing, because I showed everybody in real time me switching out the blades. I liked how good they cut, but no, my opinion was not bought. I cannot be bought. As much as I joke about being broke, I cannot be bought. not for talking about products and crap. And anybody that's watched any of my live feeds know I'll tout the heck out of a product, and I have no sponsors besides Harnell Media. And
right.
I've talked about the carbon paper I get from CREcrafts.com. That's my favorite carbon paper. The Hegner, I talk about that. I talk about the Seiko, and I haven't been paid for any of that, and I'm not sponsored by any of them. I like to talk about good products. By God.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that's like what got me in with Bearwoods was when Hector contacted me and says, "Hey, there's this guy up here, so and so. How do you feel about getting some free blades? He wants you to try these blades out and see what you think." And I was like, "Heck yeah! Somebody wants to send me free blades, I'll try them out."
Yeah.
That's the extent of me being bought. If you want to send me something free, heck yeah, I'll try it out.
Now, I was given the Seiko free, just for the sake of clarity. I was given the Seiko for free because he said he had heard of me, which was flattering in itself, because sometimes I minimize my name being known. But he gave me a Seiko. I was so thankful. He didn't require anything other than my opinion, and I love the saw. I love the man, not in that way, but he's tops on my list when it comes to customer service, and he doesn't make you feel like a number or statistic. He treats you like a friend, and he's very, very, very good guy. I was given the scroller's drill. So yeah, I never lie about what I've been given and what I've bought, but everything I got from Bear Woods was either slightly discounted or full price. I've never gotten anything free from them, but I'm also not sponsored by them anymore. But that's on a personal level, not with the company, but with the owner. Alrighty then, we're gonna have
John Seed says he has 4 dozen Olsen blades that will not use. I've probably got a dozen still in my storage case that are 2.5 to 3 years old.
Well, and Josh Grover says, when I started scrolling, I started with Olsen blades. I started with Flying Dutchman. I guess I just got lucky and thought they were awesome till one day someone told me to try FD, which is Flying Dutchman, and Pegasus. By God.
Huh. I wonder who told him
just
that.
In case anybody's ever watching this live feed and knows, I want everybody to know that I try to acknowledge any and every comment I see. It's not to make me better than any other show, but I don't want anybody watching to feel like what they have to say does not matter. The only time I don't read things is if they're skating the line or people are talking to each other. I don't always read those.
Right.
And Harnell Media.
And that's...
Go ahead.
That's the other thing, going back to the Olsen. Back about midsummer it was. I did a blade challenge. I had 7 pieces to cut. It was all the same pattern, little firefighter Maltese. And I decided just for fun, I was going to go through and try several of the different Pegasus blades and one of the Nequa blades. And then, let's just see how they all compare as far as how good they cut, how fast they cut, and then if one breaks, one doesn't, blah, blah, blah. And I thought, okay, I've still got some of these Olsen blades. So that was the first time in that almost 3 years that I have even touched Olsen blades.
Yeah, what's funny
and
is
like
that,
I said on your post, like I said on that post you shared the other day, like if a newbie comes out and they're like, what kind of blade should I get? If you can find these Olsen blades at a local hardware store, Ace or Depot or wherever it is, I'll still tell you to get them. Because for a beginner, I used them for 9.5 years. I can't say th're junk.
Yeah, I don't think any of the blades out there. I don't think any of the blades out there are pure crap. Not even Bosch or Vermont American blades. It's just certain ones last longer and this and that. But real quickly to address Hartnell Media, he says to help support these free shows, consider buying patterns or donating at woodenvisions.com. Thank you for that. That is showing up on YouTube only. I'm showing it on the screen, but the link being clickable is only on YouTube. And there are ebooks there. This is all for scroll sawyers, by the way. There are ebooks there, downloadable instructional videos. There's also t-shirts, caps, and coffee cups. And I might be missing something. But for those that don't necessarily find anything they want to buy, there's also neighborhood of between 1,700 and 1,800 scroll saw patterns. But if you don't see anything you like and you still want to help support what I'm doing here, I'd appreciate it. There is a donate button on every page of the site on the upper right-hand corner, at least on a desktop computer. And thank you for that, Steve Nealon. That is woodenvisions.com, by the way. And Josh Grover says, don't worry, Wes. It wasn't you or Charles that got me into Flying Dutchman or Vegas. All right. Thank you once again, Steve Nealon. Let me get back to scrolling while Wes finds something to talk about. Thank you, Steve Nealon. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not one of these people that says I can't do what I do without y'all's support. Y'all keep me motivated to keep going, but I'm not going to say I couldn't scroll without your support. But there are costs that go into what I'm doing. So if anybody does want to donate over on woodenvisions.com, it would not bother me in the least. It's not required, but I'll always appreciate it.
I was sitting here trying to kind of, as best to my knowledge as I can, recap on that Firefighter Maltese. And I believe the modified geometry Pegasus had this pattern cut in about 34 minutes. And then I went to the Pegasus Ultra Skip Reverse. And that one took me 40 minutes. So it's a little bit slower, but it had almost the exact finish as the modified blade. Then I went over to the Nequa Flying Dutchman. It took me 45 minutes. So it was a little bit slower than the Pegasus. And then I went over to Olson, and Olson took me an hour to cut this same pattern. And I broke 2 blades trying to get it cut.
Mark Lindsay has joined us out in the chat. Appreciate you being here, Mark. And I'm sending you a link just in case you would like to be here. You're not. And I did not know this when I started my live feed. I forgot that he was doing a live feed. So glad to see you here, sir. Yeah.
Good Mark, name for a garbage band.
Garage band, not garbage band.
Oh.
Modified geometry, yeah. For those that don't know, Mark Lindsay does live feeds on Mark Lindsay CNC over on YouTube, and he also does a Trampled Underfoot podcast with Eloy Escajedo, which is Rockin' Woodworks. And Mark, I just sent you the link to the panel if you're so inclined. Not mandatory, just throwing it out there. Will not be butthurt. Real quickly, I'm going to check YouTube, see if I'm still being held for review. But aside from that, talk about whatever y'all want to talk about, by God.
You're still being held.
Yep. How'd you know that? Because they don't do them that quickly?
Nah.
And we got 2 thumbs down. People trying to hurt my feelings. It ain't going to work. It takes a little more than that to hurt my feelers. And Mark Lindsay says garbage van might be closer to the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, per his own title, says that one guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Lindsay. I assume it's Mark Lindsay. There he is.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah,
Sorry.
That's Mark Lindsay CNC. If you want to tell people where they can find you, you're welcome to.
I am everywhere. Here's hoping my mic is working. You should have seen my live stream this morning. First of all, is my mic working?
Yes, sir, it is.
I was talking for a good 5 minutes when I started my live stream, and then all of a sudden I look over at the chat and everybody's like, "No audio." I'm like, "Oh no!" So it was a scramble. That live stream is being edited right now to get rid of that.
That's funny. I had this is live stream number 72. Only one live stream out of all of those I accidentally hit the mute button on my.
Well, it wasn't even that simple. What had happened was I used Streamlabs OBS. That's my streaming software. And it updated over the weekend. So when I fired it up this morning, it applied all those updates. And part of it was it reset all my settings.
Good googly moogly.
The camera worked, but that was all. I had no audio at all. I was like, oh no.
I appreciate you dropping by. And Wes, you're still just as welcome to talk if you so choose.
Good to meet you, Wes.
Appreciate it, Mark. If you want to tell everybody where they can find you, let me read one more comment, and I'll let you do that if you would like to.
Okay.
Maybe Lord says, okay, should you pick a blade by how fast it will cut or quality of blade? That is a matter of opinion, in my opinion. And John Cousin says your audio is good. But yeah, Mark, if you want to talk about anything family friendly, which I know you will.
Well, not if I got to be family friendly. Well, no, I don't.
I know, Dad.
Well, you can find me here on YouTube. Just look for Mark Lindsay CNC. I do mainly CNC tutorial videos. They're long and boring, much like myself. But
that'll attract them right to your channel. They're long and boring.
Get them. I know they're beating down the doors. It's great. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. If you need help getting to sleep, I can hook you right up.
By the way, his last name is spelled Lindsay.
SAY. Yes, I know I'm not the guy from Paul Revere and the Raiders. However, I get all the jokes. So if you want to add your nickel to the pile, go for it.
You probably like to get some of them royalties too. But go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I wish. He's my online nemesis. He has all the really good, cool domain names locked up. But to be fair, if I'd have got to it first, I'd have done it too. But yeah, you can find me here on YouTube, Mark Lindsay CNC. You can find me on Facebook, just Mark Lindsay. You can't miss my my logo. That's how you know you got the right guy. And then marklindsaycnc.com. But other than that, I like to come in here and give Charles a hard time and show him some love.
No, diddly. Now his logo is a red circle with sunglasses and a mustache. If
yeah, it's out there in the chat if you need a visual representation.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Well, yeah, we do have a couple of Facebook viewers.
Cool.
Says we have 1 on Facebook, 9 on YouTube. UB2B.
Nice.
All right, appreciate you being here, sir.
Thank you.
I stopped throwing out the link to a bunch of people because so few were ever able to make it. So I usually would like to ask people that if they want to be on the panel, then they have a camera and mic to message me. But if I see you out in the chat, I might bug you, by God. That's what I do.
Well, I don't get to spend nearly as much time doing this as I would like to. And it's just simply because I'm busier than a set of jumper cables at a redneck picnic. I'll tell you what.
I resemble that remark, mister.
When I get, well, yeah, I'm related to that remark,
By God. And again, Wes, you're allowed to talk still. He didn't outrank you or nothing. He just joined. Yeah, and her name go ahead.
I have no audio from him, so the only audio I can hear him talking is coming through your speaker, very faintly. So.
Oh, really?
That happens with Wes every now and then. It's not you, Mark.
Oh, okay.
I know. Like if somebody comes in after I do, sometimes my audio glitches out. So I might end up talking over you, and I don't even realize it. So.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Every now and then I'll say, clear. That means if you want to talk, get it in now. Harnell Media, thank you, has out in the YouTube chat put the link to marklindsaycnc.com as well as trampledunderfootpodcast.com.
Oh,
and Josh Grover's way of saying, dude, you're talking too much. He says, scroll on, Master Scroller. Well, thank you. Bribery will get you everywhere. All right. So that I didn't mean that near as risque as it sounded. All right, we're going to take us one last swig of Dr. Pepper, and we're going to get going on this puppy. Anybody has any comments or questions, throw them in the chat there, and I will respond. And if I don't know the answer, one of these esteemed fellers on the panel or somebody out in the chat might know the answer. Oh, God.
while you're taking a swig, thank you, Steve, for remembering that. I'm also one half of the Trampled Underfoot podcast right here on the Mighty Mighty YouTubes and Trampled Underfoot podcast.com. It's me and a friend of mine, Eloy Escojedo, two guys from different generations, different sides of the continent, just talking about life, the universe, and everything. We have fun.
Yeah, and Eloy Escojedo is Rockin' Woodworks.
Rockin' Woodworks, yes. He's a good guy. Good guy.
Yes, a very good guy.
Well, commence to scrolling, homeboy.
Yes, sir. Josh Grover in the chat put hashtag babbling monkey, and I did a hashtag kiss it while you were talking.
That's right.
Kiss it is the close I get to cussing besides dag blab it. Usually I have slipped a couple times.
Well, Charles, I hate to run out on you, but
You want a divorce?
I just do it. No, I'm not getting a divorce from you. I just have to leave for a little while.
Okay, I appreciate you dropping by, mister.
Somebody else's chat is taking priority. On you.
Oh, so he's referring to a romance. All right. Well, you ever going to bring her to meet us? Or let us meet her, I mean?
Now think about that, Charles. Would you let somebody meet us?
See.
All right. Well, I appreciate you dropping by.
Things are going really well, so I can't promise that you won't eventually meet her.
Promise that you will. I don't want her to know I have friends like you.
Oh, she very much knows about you. She very much knows about you.
Oh, God. Why does she very much know about me? I have to ask that.
Because you're like my brother, buddy.
Aw, I was hoping you weren't saying there's this guy. I got to warn you about him.
There's this guy that no, nothing like that. Nothing like
I appreciate that. Yeah, y'all come and see us sometime, dagnabbit. And I appreciate you being here, and I good to finally talk at you again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And
still trying to get hold of Jamie
I
Page.
promise in 2020 I will at least try to get a few more videos out there.
All right. Well, we
I
very much enjoyed it.
I know you can't hear me, Wes, but have a good day, man.
Both of them are saying goodbye to me. So, good night, everybody.
Yeah, Mark Lindsay said, I know you can't hear me, but have a good day, Wes.
Good day to you, sir. Good day to you.
Right.
So we can hear you, so he got to hear you say that. Appreciate you being here, Wes. By God, you be good or just whatever. I don't know what to say because family friendly. All right, so.
I try to be good anyway.
Oh, yeah.
If you can't be good, be lucky.
Hey, now.
No, if you can't be good, be lucky. I mean,
good night, everybody.
Good night, sir.
Sometimes being lucky is better than being good.
Yes, sir. All right, Wes has officially left us, so you will not be interrupted anymore, Mark. Yeah, when you can't hear your audio.
Yeah, and that's a pain too. I know, because you're sitting there not knowing if someone else is talking or what.
Yeah, and he's like, it's probably better to be quiet than interrupt it. Appreciate you being here once again, Mark. I know you don't have to, and I know we're not like that when it comes to overlapping live streams. But I do feel bad that I started during yours. I forgot.
Nah, don't sweat it. We have two different audiences, and there's
room.
But
I'm a terrible friend. Yeah, there's definitely
there's room. I mean, I don't see it as a competition. I mean, you do something completely different than I do, and I like to come over here and watch you do it. And the fact that you let me come in here and rattle your ear a little bit is just an extra added bonus. So.
Oh, diddly. Checks in the mail, just don't cash it.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Lindsay from Paul Revere and the Raiders.
Yeah. Just make sure you send the residual checks to the correct address and all's good.
Yeah. I think it's funny that Jeremiah Brown on Facebook, Jerry Brown, he actually changed his name to Jeremiah on Facebook because he got hate messages, people thinking he was the Jerry Brown politician.
The governor of California.
Yeah. Governor, yeah.
That's actually why he did it. I knew he changed it because Jerry Brown is a pretty common name,
I
but I
believe
didn't
that's why he
realize.
changed it.
But I didn't realize that was why he did it. Well,
I think that's what he told me.
Sometimes it is a curse having the same name as somebody famous.
Yeah, well, I'm doing my best to make Charles Deering famous, but I don't know what qualifies as being famous.
Well, speaking of the Trampled Underfoot podcast, Eloy and I talked about that very topic one day. And this is a few episodes back, but what it came down to is if you're sitting here on YouTube and Facebook and a bunch of other different social media outlets, and you've got just a couple of hundred people watching you, are you any less famous than somebody on TV? Well, I don't think that's the case. Personally.
Yeah, I guess that would depend on people's definition of famous. I mean, I don't have the income of somebody famous, but if I'm being honest, a lot of people know my name, but that's not always a good thing, but I'm proud to be out there.
Yeah, I mean, it comes with both sides, but I mean, we're still kind of in a fortunate situation to where, I mean, there's a certain level of fame that's good, and there's a certain level of fame that becomes bad.
Yeah, because Honey Boo Boo is famous.
Well, you and I can go into any restaurant and eat anywhere, and nobody's going to be interrupting us. So that's a good thing.
Well, I want to be interrupted. I'm kidding. Swoon over me. I'm kidding.
But, you got guys like, pick your favorite TV celebrity. They can't go anywhere without folks hounding them for this, that, or the other.
Yeah, I often minimize. I don't even want to. You know me, Mark. I hate anything that remotely sounds arrogant.
Uh-huh.
But like when I talked about Ray over at Seiko knowing who I was and wanted me to have a scroll saw, I was flattered because, like, wow, I knew who he was, but I can't believe he knows who I am, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I do that. Minimize.
Well, because I can identify with that, it's not something that you and I would be used to. And there's nothing egotistical involved in this. It's just simple reality. If we put ourselves out there in the public and a few people come up and just start talking to us, it is strange on our parts.
Flattering,
definitely flattering, but it's still weird. I mean, I'm some guy who has a little 8x12 garden shed with a machine in it. I drive a 97 Saturn, for crying out loud.
I don't know what the heck I drive. Go ahead.
So, I mean, it's a lot of fun. Believe me. And if nobody watched my videos, I would still be doing it simply because I enjoy the process.
Yeah. I've lost neighborhood of 30 subscribers doing this, but I love doing it. That's why I keep doing it.
Yeah. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm getting to do what I wanted to do when I was a kid. I always wanted to be a movie maker. I mean, I got my first movie camera when I was 7 years old, and I go back to, editing Super 8 film and, doing weird rudimentary special effects and stop frame animation and things like that. So this is just the next incarnation of it. And I'm having an absolute blast.
Absolutely. But yeah, famous ain't always good. Honey Boo Boo,
Yeah, true.
I don't know anybody that say, "Oh man, it's Honey Boo Boo." Wow.
Yeah, well, I mean,
their head on Honey Boo Boo.
Well, there's good things and bad things. I mean, I don't think she's going to end up on 16 and pregnant now, do you?
Well, I don't know.
Not with that entourage. Are you kidding me?
Might be never mind. I wasn't going to. All right, we got 12 folks watching. If anybody has any comments or questions, whether or not it's on topic, feel free to throw it out there. If it's family friendly, me or my extinguished, really?
Extinguished. You was right the first time.
My distinguished cohort here, Mark Lindsay, hopefully will read the comments and questions. I have not paid him in a while. Kidding.
Well, John just says, aw.
Aw.
But I think that was in response to Wes leaving. So
that or one of my mushy comments. I don't know.
I don't either.
Oh. I'm going to stretch my back a little bit, take a swig of Dr. Pepper, and you're welcome to talk about whatever you want. That goes to the chat as well as Mark Lindsay. Go ahead.
I'm going to talk about this pattern that you're doing here. I'm liking it more and more.
Thank you.
Of course, I imagine that's, par for the course, but looking good. And I'm thinking, oh, heck, that would make anybody out there that runs a CNC machine, that would make an excellent VCAR project. That would be beautiful.
Yeah, it's only $59.99.
Yeah, but for you, $62.50. We cheat the others and pass the savings on to you.
Absolutely. By the way, whenever we get done with this, the next set of live streams.
Oh man, you're killing it.
Thank you. This is Kevin Costner and a horse up against the fence.
You are killing it.
Well, thank you. This is live stream number 72. If I was a little more healthy, it would have been more like 80, but it's all right.
What if I could? John C says needs a Charles Deering fan club with cards and secret decoder rings. The first rule of secret decoder rings is you don't talk about secret decoder rings. Come on now.
Well, that and another what's the word? Another rule is that you probably have to have more than about 3 to 5 people to make a fan club. Just saying.
Oh, I don't know. Just have fans.
Yeah, but I can't afford to pay all them fans to
see, see, John, that's the thing about fan clubs. The fans start the fan clubs. The person doesn't start the fan club. So we're relying on you to get on that. You can start the Charles Deering fan club, start a Facebook group, Instagram, Twitter, the whole thing.
See, John, you done stepped in it now. By the way, John C is John P.A. Cousins over there on Facebook.
Oh, John Cousins? Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. See, there you go. Now president of the Charles Deering fan club.
Aw.
Something else to add to the resume.
Disclaimer, that is not official. It might have just been a little joke, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to have a Charles Deering fan club going on. But yeah, the thought.
Oh, no, too late. It's official now. Black, no trades back. Get on it.
And to get in, it's only $59.99, $99.99.
That's right. Poor Charles is sitting back thinking, Lord in heaven, what did I do? Why did I ever send him a link?
Well, I do that every time I wake up. No, wait, not the link part, but what God in heaven, what did I do? For some reason, somebody hanging over you with a butcher knife will make you wonder, what did I do? Or dang it, I just watched these sheets. Go ahead.
What did I say last night that would make... Never mind.
I was sober.
That's it. Honest, it was the cat. It wasn't me.
Absolutely. Okay. Comments are caught up. Never mind. The decoder rings.
Yep.
Now, see, that's when John Cousins is going to clamp up. I ain't trying to start no fan club. Shoot.
So he already trying to resign the post? Wow.
Well, I'm just saying he hasn't commented yet to say I would be so proud to make a fan club of one of my bestest friends, Charles Deering. By God.
Let alone get drafted into it.
Drafted. That's funny right there. Going to bring the draft back. You got to like it whether you like it or not.
Mm-hmm. Well, you don't have to like it. You just got to do it.
Yeah, something like that. Again, if anybody has any comments or questions, doesn't have to be on topic, as you can well see. Feel free to throw it out there.
Did you already do the reveal on the number of holes you had to drill? How many cuts this is going to be?
Yes, sir. There was 348. I missed one pilot hole.
Holy cow.
349.
349. Okay.
Yeah, I do that usually on the first episode of each project live stream. And we'll do a contest. Whoever guesses the closest on the amount of cuts gets 5 free scroll saw patterns of their choice. Woodvisions.com.
I've been close a couple of times, but I still haven't nailed her or been close enough.
Yeah, the only people that aren't eligible to win are ones that have already bought the pattern that is being worked on, because they could have already counted knowing I was going to do it.
Yeah.
So if you've already bought the pattern, I'm not saying don't go buy it, but if you've already bought the scroll saw pattern for this, you're not eligible because you can count off the air. But some people might, find other ways. Anyway, but 9 times out of 10, people are eligible. That's easy to say. I love you, Babel.
Go ahead.
Now, what are you cutting that out of? Is that maple plywood again? Or?
Yes, sir. 2 pieces of 1/4-inch maple ply.
Okay, cool. See, I missed the first few. Like I said, I've been bouncing around. Imagine a ping pong ball and a clothes dryer. That's been me.
I
the
thought
past
we were
couple months.
homies, and you've missed my life. Hell, I don't even catch all yours, if I'm being honest.
Well, I mean, life is what happens while you're busy making other plans. And as much as I'd like to hang out, it's just I can't.
I'm terrible at keeping up with yours too. I mean, as you well know, because I never keep it a secret when people are one of my closest friends. I always try to tell them that you're one of my closest friends, and I'm terrible at keeping up. And John Nave says we need to come up with a logo for the fan club. We'll just make it a train derailing or something. That's only for live streams, I guess. But John Cousins says box fan, oscillating fan. Maybe Steve should start it up. See, John Cousins is already passing it off on to Harnell Media.
Well, see, that's the first sign of a good president is knowing when to delegate.
Good segue. Harnell Media says Steve doesn't have time for any more Charles Deering sites. That's funny right there. He did start one for finished pieces. If I can ever do my part, it's called CharlesDeeringArt.com. It's there, but no content on it except for the ideal guidelines for a custom portrait. Blah blah blah.
Cool.
And yeah. He might have a few underground Charles Deering sites that I don't know about yet. He's waiting to pop on me.
Ooh.
Babbling.
Be very afraid.
Be very afraid.
That's right.
For those who don't know, Harnell Media does my website as well as Mark Lindsay's website.
Yes, he does.
HarnellMedia.com.
Webmaster to the stars, as I call him. And I'm serious. If you want something real complex, he can handle it. If you want something super simple, he can handle it. He'll do as much or as little as you want him to do.
And he doesn't only work 9 to 5 and weekdays. He works all kinds of hours.
Oh, I don't know that man ever gets to see the light of day anymore because I think he's always at his desk tapping away at the keys.
No, I've sent him pictures before, so he's gotten to see a little bit of light of day.
Oh, has he? Okay.
This is what you're missing. Wish you were here.
The weather is here. Wish you were beautiful.
Maybe 3 to 5 times since I've met him, I'll ask for something. He'll say, I'm not in my office right now. It's like, my God, is he sleeping or something?
No, he's in the annex. Then taking care of business.
Yeah.
In an undisclosed location,
Well, in the desert. Or some people say he's in space.
But serious business, he can set you up with a web store, help you figure out merch and what have you. Pardon that hiccup there in the middle of that.
Stuff happens.
He can hook you right up. He specializes in makers' websites, but it's not exclusively makers' websites. He's your man.
Yeah.
I can't recommend him enough. I really can't. He
Me
does
neither, because I'm trying to suck up so he doesn't take my website down.
Well, he just does a good job, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, and I'm kidding. Steve Nealon is not that petty. But Steve will tell you before anybody can that I try to promote the heck out of other people and products without being paid to do it. Because it's nothing. No bad can come from helping promote other people.
Well, not only that is we're pretty eager as folks, to romp and stomp and shake our fists when things don't go right. But a lot of times we do forget to mention when things are just going beautifully. So
absolutely.
And I believe in giving credit where credit's due. And if a man does a good job, I'm going to let my friends know, especially those thinking about it.
I've even advertised a couple of people that don't do a good job, not regarding products, but I'm not going to go into that. Okay, the only other comment is LOL. All right, so LOL. Mm-hmm. Don't want you all to miss out on any comments.
LOL.
Laugh out
or as
loud.
they say in the UK, lol.
LOL.
They actually pronounce it as a word. I think
they're
it's funny.
Weird.
Well,
Kidding. Speaking of UK, dang it, I haven't heard from Jamie Page. I hope he's doing okay.
See, I think Makers International is going now. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, without going too far into detail, I've tried messaging him a few times, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know Jamie's another busy guy. He's been doing some demos for Record Power and what have you.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I
So-
don't think anything's going wrong. I just miss hearing from him.
I mean, I'd never tell him, but I think the world of that guy. He's pretty good. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't tell him either, but he's
Yeah.
pretty cool, better.
Yeah, he's another one of those folks that if I didn't give him trouble, he'd think I was mad at him.
Yeah. Now I can't find the stupid pilot hole, so we're gonna break out the light. And the pilot holes are only stupid when I can't find them.
Move towards the light.
Go to the light, Kelly.
Mm-hmm. I think I mentioned one time my stepdaughter went to school with her.
Really? Yeah, she died of wasn't it some kind of like bowel obstruction or something?
It was an infection. Yeah, it was an infection.
Very sad.
Yep.
I think she was only like 12 years old or younger.
Something like that. Yeah, little Heather Rourke. Yeah.
That was sad.
Yep.
And, her older sister on there was killed by her boyfriend in real life.
That I didn't know. That I didn't hear about.
Her actual boyfriend broke her neck.
Oh, geez.
That or suffocated her. I don't remember which, but yeah, some kind of curse. John Cousins says, we'll stay here, but jumping over to Maker Podcast. All right. Okay. See what you did, Mark? You done run somebody off. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I did.
I'm kidding. John, have fun listening, but well, he's going to stay here, so we at least get the view.
Well, that's okay. We can talk about him behind his back.
That's fine. Well, I do that in front of his back sometimes.
Oh, okay. Sure.
We had
I don't know him well, so I don't talk trash about people I don't know.
He's one of my oldest friends.
Yeah.
From way back when I first started doing live shows.
I'm just weird that way. I figure you need to get to know somebody before you drop to the ground and fake a seizure, you know.
I hear you.
At least unscrew their porch light bulb a couple times first.
Yep. That's funny right there. Let me get back there. I was just checking UbiTubi. Is that an email address going across the bottom distracting anybody?
No, not me.
All right.
It's actually pretty cool.
I've always hated it when I was watching, back when I gave a crap what CNN had to say. I couldn't focus on the news story being talked about because I was always reading that.
Reading that down there. Yeah.
That's why
I do that too. Some of the best ones are on infomercials at about dark 30 in the morning.
Yeah.
You know.
I have never been awake at dark 30. I'm kidding. That's usually when I'm awake.
Yeah. Same here. That's actually very, very cool. I'm really digging this pattern, Charles.
Thank you, mister. I'm kind of digging it myself, if I'm being honest. Which I always am.
Yeah.
Much obliged.
Now, I know you've been doing this for a super, super, super long time, but
1997.
Well, when it comes to doing something like this, where you've got a huge complex pattern like this, and maybe this is simpler than some you've done, but it's not exactly a simple pattern to the untrained eye, which is what I am. Do you have a preference? Do you like to cut out the larger pieces like you're doing now, or do you like the smaller ones?
The larger. Well, now, it's funny because me and Jamie Page put it best. We kind of hate meat. Even I hate myself while I'm working on detailed projects, but it's one of those things when you're done there, you got that sense of pride.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
true.
It can get monotonous and a pain in the butt while you're doing it.
Right.
But yeah, that sense of pride is always there in the end.
But like the larger cut that you're making now, you prefer to do those over the smaller cuts that are over real quick?
Yeah, because it makes more of a difference in the piece. Because cutting a little triangle out of the hair doesn't look as cool as like a piece of larger detail, I guess.
Okay.
Good questions. Check is in the mail. Just don't catch it.
Yeah. Well, even a broken clock is right once a day. I have my moments.
I'll find a way to be wrong at least 3 times.
Yeah. I've only had one person call me on that line. Or I said a broken clock is right at least once a day. And they'll say no, twice a day. And I say no, not if it's digital.
Well, it depends on if the AM or PM is showing.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Then it's not the same time.
Yeah. So yeah, we just cut that big, humongous piece of detail. Actually,
Yeah, that's
go ahead.
And that's what made me think of that question, because I see you're doing the larger ones now.
Yeah, anything that makes more of a difference in the piece once it's cut out, you know, it just. And it's weird how our minds work too, because everybody can see it drawn on the wood, but for some reason, once it's cut out, it just looks cooler.
Oh yeah, it just jumps.
I'm about to cut a real big piece out of the pants here. Go ahead.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it just makes the whole pattern jump out. I mean, you know.
Much obliged, much
That
obliged.
looks cool. Now, you've obviously have done thousands of these things. What would you say was your most satisfying piece?
Oh God, I have no idea.
There isn't one that just stands out as, you know, like whether it was a pattern you really, really liked how it looked after it was done, or even one of those "thank God it's over" kind of kind of a project.
Almost all of them are "thank God it's over" types. If I'm being honest, but I don't know. I guess one of them would be the. I have a picture of it's a portrait of a lion roaring. Kind of 3/4, but almost straight on. It's one of my favorite patterns and cuttings, but it takes forever. But I'm also a big fan of John Wayne. This is one of those somewhat simple but somewhat detailed, and you can tell it's John Wayne.
Yeah, for sure. And this is just me talking here as a non-scroller. There ain't nothing simple about this pattern. So I know everything's relative. To you it is, but to me it's like, holy hell.
Well, I can't call it. I can't really call it simple. It's hard to explain. But yeah, the lion portrait, every ounce of the wood is taken up with detail for the most part.
Cow. Yeah.
I guess that's what I meant by it. But I can say, as far as cutout projects that are designed and cut by me, there's only 3 in the world. Wesley Volko has one of them hanging on his wall, and these are the other 2.
Wow.
Now, other people may have cut this to sign, but I'm referring to things I have cut. And I'm mental enough to cut them this big, but I wear that as a badge of honor.
Well, yeah, and I was talking about this on my live stream a little bit earlier. It's what makes you stand out. You make large projects. It's what makes you different. Because, you know, I don't know how many craft shows or art shows or things you attend, but when you're walking down a line of vendors, you've got vendors to the left, vendors to the right, pretty soon, and it doesn't take long, pretty soon they all start looking the same. So you really have to stand out, and doing big pieces like this is one way of doing just that. I mean, you can't look at that and not say, okay, Charles did that.
Yeah, sadly, every now and then, I mean, I don't know why I said every now and then, sadly, I don't get out as often as I would like, but yeah.
Well, you know, same here. Steve over at Harneal Media says would look even better backed in frame on the website. And if that wasn't a subtle hint, prod, nudge, whatever you want to call it.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. The most of CharlesDaringArt.com is waiting on me, because I have so much fun doing the live streams that I haven't sanded and backed and framed. I can't afford to frame pieces, so that'll almost never happen unless I get a whole bunch of donations.
I got an idea for you, but we'll talk about it off stream.
You told me that before, and I always forget to contact you because I'm terrible about it.
Well, you know, we have this thing as members of Makers Media Network called a private hangout that we can discuss stuff in.
Roll on. Yeah, you just got to remind me, because I'll forget all about that. You saying that in separate. Right when you said that, I remember there was another time you wanted me to contact you about something.
You know what? That's okay, because I'll forget it too.
Okay, then. We're both going to forget. So I remember that one time in 2020, or 2020, really?
2020. See, we both on even playing field.
I remember that time in 2000 or 2020. We were supposed to talk to each other. I wonder what that was about. That's funny right there.
Oh, man. Oh, and Steve just threw a link to the makersmedianetwork.com website out there in the chat for those of you who are interested.
That is a a network of folks that are makers. Doesn't have to be scroll sawing. It is application based, but it's free.
Yep. You too can be a member of the few, the proud,
The makers,
the Maker Squad. A bunch of like-minded folks that just have fun making stuff. We help one another out, and talk trash and promote everybody else's enterprises, and just, generally get together, hoot and holler, and have a good time.
And it really is a network of a bunch of folks, by God.
Yeah, it is. I know there's well over 100.
Go ahead.
Well, I know there's well over 100 members, but I'm not exactly certain on the number.
But give him credit where credit is due. Steve Nealon of Harnell Media is the best at sharing other people's stuff.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at it. I try to verbally talk about it, but as far as sharing links and stuff, I'm terrible.
Well, that's part of the problem with being a part of this community, is we become so jaded that there's just so much. There are just so many people out there doing excellent work that you just literally cannot keep up with everybody. There's just not enough hours in the day.
Well, sharing is caring. So I try to at least talk about people on these live streams, but sometimes I forget because I'm terrible.
Yeah, well, it happens. And I mean, like I say, there simply aren't enough hours in a day to keep up with everybody.
But I will say I don't have the rules right here in front of me as far as what it takes to become accepted with your application. If you're all about yourself and nobody else, you're not going to get in.
Well, you just need to be a maker and have a strong online presence. And what that means is, some social media. A way for one of the purposes of the network is to help one another promote our craft and what our enterprise, what we're doing. And you have to be easy to find online, meaning at the minimum, social media links, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube channel. You have to be easy to find so that there has to be something there to promote.
Yeah, and we're not being paid to talk about this.
No, not at all. I mean, this is just, it's a good group of people. I mean, and there are people from all the different disciplines. We have folks that specialize in wood turning. We have folks that specialize in cabinetry. There are people who are into electronics,
CNC,
build computers,
laser.
CNC, laser, all of the above, none of the above. I mean,
there might be a leather dude in there too. I haven't kept track of who all's in there.
There are blacksmiths, there are leather folks, there are metalsmiths,
unemployed comedians like me,
artists, and guys that wear mustaches. So
Dag blab it.
Uh-oh, that didn't sound good.
No, that's the third blade I've broken on this here live stream.
Well, stop it.
I know.
It's getting expensive, man.
I know. Let's see if we've missed any comments or questions. No, we have not. Everybody's been all quiet out there except for Steve Nealon.
I think it's just Steve and I
well,
rattling your cage. No, it's not.
People might be saying, well, y'all won't shut up long enough for me to throw a comment out there.
If you have comments or questions, please feel free to drop them over there in the comment section.
If they are family friendly, we will repeat them, but they don't have to be even on topic.
If they're not family friendly, we will go unscrew your front porch light.
And time you out or block you, but that has never happened here.
Yeah, see, I can't do that. I don't have all the cool controls, and nor do I want them.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Steve Nealon has those controls as well as Russ Meadows.
And Steve runs a tight chip over there, too.
Yeah. If you don't compliment lasers, you're out. I'm kidding. He's not that petty.
Nope. Kyle or Richard. See what I did there?
Kyle Petty, Richard Petty is what he's referring to. Yes, I saw. I caught that, baby.
Hey. What do you want for free? I know George Carlin. Come on.
There's some words you can't say on TV or the internet.
Well, there's a lot of them. Well, I ain't run across many you can't say on the internet.
Well,
Folks
there's
do it
laser
anyway.
CNC. You don't want to be caught dead talking about them. I just lost 80 subscribers. Just kidding.
Nah, you can't be talking that because it ain't
come up right now.
Well, everybody knows it ain't real woodworking. You just push the button and the machine does all the work.
Yeah, and if that's what y'all think, y'all need to watch more about CNCs and lasers. Just throwing it out there.
Just a tool. It's a fun tool to have.
Yeah, I don't do either one, but I'm not anti either one neither.
No. What I like to say is it's basically an employee that doesn't give me any grief and that I don't have to pay.
Yeah.
It doesn't come in hungover on Mondays. It doesn't ask to leave early on Fridays. It doesn't bring any drama to the job. It just does what it's supposed to do and shuts up.
Yep.
So while I take care of all the boring stuff like sanding.
Oh, I hate that part. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not bad.
All the past live streams are literally sitting either right behind me or a little bit off to the side behind me. Yeah, they're just stacking up because for some reason I don't want to sit there and sand them and back them and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, I've got an idea or two and see how it goes.
Are you talking about what I need to message you about?
Yeah, for us to talk about off stream sometime.
Just remind me of that because I will forget.
Well, I'll forget too. So
and if you're here at the end of the live stream, we can talk about it here, by God. But everybody wants to sit here for God knows how many hours. We're coming up on 2 hours. Yesterday was 5 hours.
Yeah.
I have done an 11-hour one once. I don't even know if I'll know my name at the end of an 11-hour live stream.
Well, this is nothing personal, Charles, but I don't even spend that much time on the phone with friends contemplating suicide. So I don't know how you do it on a live stream.
I might be just enough of an attention whore. I don't know. Well, all jokes aside, part of the reason I do these live streams is to keep myself motivated, but it's also fun interacting with the people out in the chat. Without the chat, I probably wouldn't stick with it as long.
Well, you basically get a revolving door here, don't you? Where it's not the same people just sitting there watching you. People come in and they leave and come in and leave.
Yeah, there's a select few that comes to pretty much every live stream. Herb Hooper would be one of them, unless he's
nice.
Austin Man usually drops by at least once.
Mm-hmm. See, now that would scare the bejeebers out of me. I'd be afraid that was going to jump up and break something.
It could, but it hadn't happened yet. But that's the two different pieces of maple we're working with. One a little bit different color, I guess.
See, now on something that big, this is my brain on Mark. I would look at that and think, what could I make out of that?
Well, it looks like
it almost looks like one of those Siamese fighting fish.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It already kind of has it on. Well, let's be productive here and put a little eyeball on it.
Which will be on sale in the lobby as you depart the theater.
There's your little fish, by God.
There you go. See?
I accidentally gave it shark gills. But
well, that's okay. That makes it that much more special. Sign the back and it'll be on the website later.
That's your scary shark. I got issues, but that's all right. We got go ahead.
If you can't have fun, why bother?
Exactly. That's most of why I'm here. If anybody has any comments or questions, feel free to throw them out there.
Well, that's the only way you're going to get us to shut up is to leave a comment or ask a question over here on the live.
We got to read it, so that'll make us talk too. There's really no way to shut us up.
Yeah, but it shuts us up about whatever we're talking about and address them.
Yeah, I mean, there's that mute button. I had to partake in my favorite beverage.
Well, I've got the same beverage off to the side over here. So
yay, we can be friends. Yay.
Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
Absolutely. I have Dr. Pepper blood type.
Yeah.
What's funny is I don't actually know my blood type. Let's hope I don't bleed out.
Mine is red.
Well, I know that much.
Then right about now, about 1/3 caffeine. So,
And mine's probably 99% Dr. Pepper, so I'm not sure it is red.
Mm-hmm.
Dang me.
All right. Now, which one's he going to go for next? Which one's he going to go for next?
The little bitty one.
Which one's he going to go for next? Uh-oh.
If
Uh-oh.
I can find the stupid pilot hole.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Dag blabbit.
If you guessed more pant leg, score yourself 5 bonus points.
Yes, sir. But I'm not doing the one with the X in it because it has bread nails in it. Why can't I find the stupid pilot hole?
And, you know, this is just an example of what I'm talking about. Steve don't let no grass grow beneath his feet. While we're sitting here jawing, yakking back and forth, Steve's working. He just threw up a link to where you can get your very own official Dag Blabbit t-shirt.
And he's not lying. That's a real thing.
Over at Wooden Visions. It's woodenvisions.com. The link is over here in the chat. Click on that little link and get you one.
Oh, God. Appreciate you.
Dag
And
Blabbit.
Steve Nealon, is there a version yet where the woodenvisions.com is on the back and just Dag Blabbit on the front? If you don't mind, sir.
Uh-oh. Man. You know what? I know Steve. If not, it's on its way.
There's some other hashtags people wanted to throw out there, but they just ain't going to go on there. And, you know, he did a t-shirt saying, I survived a churls during the live stream. That's not a joke either. And on the one sleeve says scroll on, the other one says off the rails.
Yep.
That's funny right there.
You got to get over there to woodenvisions.com and look in the shop and just check it out. There's some amazing stuff over there. And just all around fun stuff. I mean,
thank you.
A lot of folks think that these are inside jokes that we're telling, and some of them may be, but 99% of the time, this comes from you, the viewing public. So get over there and support Mr. Charles and have some fun.
Now, as far as I survived a Charles during live stream, is because we do go off the rails sometimes, and that's the joke behind it. It can get a little out of hand, but never unfamily friendly, or almost never. Because we've actually had people here watching the show with their kids, so that's why I try to keep it family friendly.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, and I agree with it wholeheartedly. I try to keep things family friendly too. Did
you know that trying to type in wholeheartedly is not accepted without the little squiggly red line?
Is it really?
Yeah. Huh. I thought, man, am I remembering this wrong? Because it's saying that's not a word.
It might be a hyphenated word.
Something.
And Steve says the version in the shop right now just has Dag Blabbit on the front. He will make the other versions, however.
Awesome. Now, I thought the one he had made before had Dag Blabbit on the front, and below it said woodenvisions.com. That's why I was asking if there could be a version.
Okay.
The way, I guess I was wrong.
Hoosier might come in and he says you could have a bag above you and a needle in your arm and it would automatically go in you. You wouldn't have to stop and drink.
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming he's talking about Dr. Pepper. But
yes, sir. An IV full of Dr. Pepper is what he's referring to.
Okie doke.
And I resemble that remark, mister. Yeah, I found the pilot hole the same day I was going for it. How cool is that? We're still working on the pants. Now, this, other than the one with the X in it, this is the last one in the pants.
For those of you in the UK, those would be the trousers.
Meow.
Pants has a different meaning over there.
And the breeches, if you're further south. Mm-hmm. Oh, let me stretch my back a little bit. We'll get right back on it.
Don't stretch your back. It'll never heal.
Well, by God, I got these little kinks and stuff in my back.
Oh, okay. Okay. Whatever it takes.
Yep, and I'll keep the piece right side up till I get about here, and then I'll have to flip the piece around so I can get to the other side visually and see it clearer.
Okay.
That's the unfortunate side. Go ahead.
Now, you use mainly or almost exclusively spiral blades, right?
That's all I've ever used. Yes, sir.
Now, do they cut on the downstroke or the upstroke?
The downstroke.
The downstroke. Okay.
Yeah. Now, if you ever cutting and all the fuzzies are up top, that means you have the blade in upside down.
Okay. Well, it's the same way with router bits on a CNC machine. You have to either, you can get up cutting bits or down cutting bits. And so I just, for some reason, it just that looks very clean on top. I wonder if it cuts on the upstroke or the downstroke.
Always the downstroke. Now there are scroll saw blades out there that have reverse teeth. I don't know if there might be some spirals out there that have reverse teeth, but so that would be designed to cut on the upper and lower cut, or up and down cut. But yeah, I use where all the teeth are pointing down. By God.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Clean.
Now, because the piece is so large, I'm putting my hands here to help steer. My other one back here, pointing on the edge.
Okay. Hoosier Mike says, glad to meet you, Mr. Mark. I'm the old man here, huh? Well, it's nice to be, nice to not be the old man for a change. So, good to meet you too, Mr. Mike. Steve over at Harneo Media says, okay, there are 3 versions of the Dag Blabbit shirt on the website.
What's the third one?
The hat will be set up soon.
Awesome. That's awesome right there. What's the third t-shirt, or is the hat the third thing?
You know, I don't know. I'm going to have to go over and look.
I really got to save my pennies. I can't get my own products for free. So yeah, I got a bunch of stuff I need to save up for.
Well, you know what? Don't feel too bad, because I don't have most of my merch either. I have a couple of t-shirts and that's about it.
You got a coffee cup too.
Well, actually, that's my wife's.
Oh, well.
That's her teacup. I mean, I bought it to use as my coffee cup so I could sit here on my live streams and swig, you know.
Yeah.
But that didn't last long. She confiscated it, and that is now her. That's now her teacup.
I remember one time you were eating some kind of chocolate mixture in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she brought me one of those microwave cakes.
Never heard of that, but it sounds so dang good.
Well, it's just a little chocolate cake that you make in the microwave.
Can you make me one and mail it to me?
I can email you the recipe. Okay, he's got the Dag Blabbit t-shirt on the front and the Wooden Visions on the back. Looks awesome. Very, very cool. And let's go back out to see what the other is. He's got another shirt with just Dag Blabbit on the front and nothing on the back.
Sweet.
And he's got another with Dag Blabbit and woodenvisions.com on the front.
Sweet. Yeah.
So, see, this is the kind of service we're talking about.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna look into getting me one of them caps whenever that's made. But
yep.
I have a scroll-on cap around here somewhere, but my shop is such a mess.
Yeah. Hoosier Mike said those sound cool. Mike, I'm not kidding when I say get over to woodenvisions.com and look in the shop at Charles's Logo Products. He's got all kinds of neat apparel and accoutrement for the discerning.
I appreciate it. I think he's talking about them microwave cakes, but hopefully he's talking about t-shirts and caps and stuff.
Well, you know, when I jump from subject to subject, it's hard to keep track. He might be talking about a microwave mug cake.
Oh, God. But I may not be giving myself enough credit. He might just be talking about one of them Shure's really old nifty caps. There are scroll-on caps or are Dag Blabbit caps.
You know, I just looked up microwave mug cake on Google, and there are 40 million results, and probably 2/3 of them are recipes. There's a bunch of recipes.
Well, I eat too much, so I'd probably need more than a mug.
Well, I eat too much too, but that don't stop me.
Yeah, it's funny right there.
Well, my daughter keeps telling me I need to get into shape, and I keep trying to tell her that round is a shape. Leave me alone, but she just doesn't want to take that for an answer.
I hear you.
It's like I'm not planning on dating anytime soon. We're both nice and happy with who we are and what we are. So
Yeah, with any luck, I won't be dating it. Of course,
yeah.
I'm not exactly a chick magnet to begin with, if I'm being honest here.
Well, you and me both, but that doesn't, Okay, Mike is talking about the shirts and hats. They are very cool. But to be fair, so is a microwave mug cake. So, what can I say?
But to be fair, I don't want to eat cardboard. So if you're welcome to buy one of them caps and T-shirts, or 7 of each to give to your family and friends, and maybe even your enemies. And Mark, I'm going to put you on the spot because nature's calling. So I'm going to let you stare at this here pretty picture, and by God, talk about whatever you would like, if you don't mind, sir. Or even if you do mind, I kind of got to run anyway. But I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm not leaving.
Nope. No pressure. No pressure. Let me entertain you. Let me make you smile.
I'll be right back.
I'll be right here. Oh man, Charlie and I only go back about 2 years, but actually now about 3 years. In March it'll be 3 years. Met up with him in Atlanta in 2017 at the woodworking show, and an excellent time was had by all. So, but he's just one of those guys that when you meet him, get to know him just slightly, almost instantly, the rapport and the banter starts going back and forth. And what he does here on his channel is just fascinating to me. I've never got into scrolling. I've always equated this with art, and I don't have an artistic bone in my body. Because, just look at it. Look at what he's doing there. I can't even fathom trying to do something like that. So, Hoosier Mike is asking where I'm from. I'm from and still live in Southern Oregon, right outside of Medford, Oregon, about 30 miles north of the California-Oregon border on Interstate 5. It's always been home to me. I am 4th generation, born and raised within 50 miles of the original family homestead. Just, it's more trees than a kid could climb in a lifetime, more places to go fishing or hunting than you'd ever want to search for. I don't know that you could ever visit them all, but it's a great place to be from. So, but it is wet. It's Pacific Northwest, and as I tell folks around here, you don't get a suntan, you rust. But that's okay. We like it. So, but full disclosure, my mother is from Texas. In fact, from not too far away from where Charles is now. So, and yes, John N., he is an awesome guy, especially in person. All the goofy stuff that goes on here on his channel that's him. Yes, sir, Mr. Mike, I am. And thank you for using the letter U there. And yes, sir, Southern Oregon, home of the Ducks. We're not Oregon Beavers like those folks up north. And you know how those people are. That's one of the big rivalries here in the state, Oregon Ducks versus the Oregon State Beavers. And football games are lively, shall we say. Lively. So. Man, he's never left me alone this long. He must be making a sandwich too. He's a trusting soul. So, I wonder where he's going to go next. I don't know. I'm known online as more of a CNC guy, but I've only been doing CNC for about 5 years. I've been a woodworker for close to 50. And this kind of thing has always fascinated me. Like I said before, it's like, to me, that's art. That's all there is to it. So, John N. is it Oshawa, Ontario, Canada? Would love to meet you all one day. Hey, I'm more than ready. Poor cat. I see that, Mike.
That took a little longer than I planned. Did I miss anything?
Well, yeah, I was just wondering if he was making a sandwich while you was at it.
Nope, I wouldn't do that to y'all.
Well, you're a better man than me because I sure would.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to eat it while I was doing the live stream anyway. Smack, smack.
I might fry a chicken for all that.
Picking up all the clamps that fell on the floor when they broke. Did I miss anything exciting in the chat?
Folks was asking about me a little bit. You know, I'm kind of a new commodity to some folks, so
Yeah,
I'm letting folks know where I am, where I'm from. I'm sitting right now about 45 miles away from the original family homestead, which the family doesn't own anymore. That was sold off years ago. But I tell folks I'm so local, I'm related to myself. So
what is
probably true. It's a small town.
John Nave says he is an awesome guy. Who's he talking about?
Talking about you. I was just talking about when we met in Atlanta in 2017.
Yeah, and you picked me up in your arms, and I was in love right there.
That was it. The music started playing. The twinkles in the eye got that much brighter, you know. You almost sounded like you was gonna believe that.
No. Yeah. I just wanted to give credit where credit was due. If y'all were talking about somebody, that's why I asked there.
Well, we did. We gave credit where credit was due.
You know what I mean, Philly.
Mm-hmm. I do. I do.
Thank you, John. I can't afford to pay all you people being nice to me. Come on now.
Well, you know, every once in a while we get to speak the truth. So now that was I was talking about Atlanta in 2017, and that was a lot of fun for me anyway. It was great to see things and see people as to how they really are. Yeah, you have to put on a public face and what have you. But I was absolutely out of my league. I knew about 6 people online and didn't know 3/4 of the folks I was meeting. You know, I didn't really know you well. I didn't really know anybody well. I had known Dave Gatton for a couple of years, but we had never met face to face. I mean, he lives an hour out of Atlanta and I live, you know, on the other side of the country. So it was great to finally put faces to.
Well, I was names. The same way there as I am here. I mean, I'm still wearing my fluorescent green thong and my purple tutu.
Yeah. And, you know, don't ever change that. I mean,
and for nobody can take that away from you. Picture with me. I don't know why.
And that was pretty cool too. You know, just running around. Yeah, I was starstruck by a few people, and just it was pretty cool to meet them and actually shake their hands and talk to them for a minute.
That was nifty.
But it was a lot of fun.
I got out and definitely went over state lines. As an adult, anyway.
Yeah. Without needing paperwork.
Yeah.
So that was good.
I'm military, so I've traveled a lot, but as an adult, the anxiety kind of limits me. So that was a pretty big step, but I had fun.
Yep. And, you know, see, you're in now. What part of Texas are you in? I really don't remember.
I'm Gatesville, 45 minutes southwest of Waco.
Southwest of Waco. Okay. John, yes, he did say a thong, and let your mind roam with that, okay?
But not too long. You might need therapy.
And don't worry, that feeling you're feeling right now will pass.
Yes, just
so. You know, but don't look too close unless you're wearing the special safety glasses.
Yes, sir.
And the reason I ask is because my mother is from Texas, and her mother.
He actually said, "Charles, did you say thong?" Yeah, I did.
He has a thong in his heart.
To be very clear, it is a joke. Kind of one of the rumors started.
Well, you started the rumor, so.
Rumors like, yeah.
So, I'm trying to place where El Paso is because
Far West Texas, I believe.
far west. Okay, see, yeah, so you're across the state from my mother was born in Childress, which is not too far from the Louisiana border, so they were way off the other side.
Yeah.
So
now I may be wrong about El Paso. It's been a while since I've looked at it on a map. I've never been there. Texas is pretty darn big.
Yes, sir, it is. So they tell me anyway.
Just to go from like the Austin area to Oklahoma took me over 10 hours.
Yeah, we drive slow here too.
That's funny right there.
Okay. Well, actually, now why did I say El Paso? Because you're nowhere near El Paso.
Nope, I'm near Waco.
Yeah, Waco. That's what I should have said. Waco, not El Paso.
Same distance to Temple from where I'm at, and that's where Jerry Brown's at, and Michael Tipser.
So you're almost halfway between Austin and Fort Worth.
Yes, sir. Almost exactly.
Okay.
It's an hour and a half both directions.
Okay.
Hello, Chad Benton.
Well, if you was going to be right in the middle of something, might as well be right in the middle of Texas. I'll tell you what.
I'm right in the middle of everything, by God. Oh, all right.
So, welcome aboard, Chad Benton. I know you already said hello. I didn't, so that's why I said it. And I'm
that
glad.
Voice you're hearing is not in your head. Well, maybe it is, but this voice is Mark Lindsay saying so.
I'm waving at you. Just imagine.
Yay. I didn't say wave.
Okay, now where's he going next? Where's he going next? Or did he already do it and I missed it? I think he already did it and I missed it.
Down here at the bottom, by God.
No prompting from the studio audience, please.
You missed it. I'm down at the
I missed it. I was looking at Gatesville, Texas.
And if anybody wants to stalk me or whatever, my address is usually, at least on the project videos, it's in the description of the videos. Not necessarily live streams. I don't know how that goes after it's over.
Yeah.
If you want to send money, stalk me, or whatever else, there's my address.
Yeah. Send moon pies.
Yeah.
Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. Can't have enough of that. But if you get any nefarious ideas, by God, I do protect my family. Just saying.
Yeah, got
That's
to.
why, if anybody says, how could you put your address on there? Well, it's because I can take care of myself, by God.
Yeah, it's the middle of Texas.
Yeah.
Where you think you're going?
You support gun rights? Well, you're welcome to come over and find out. By God.
Okay.
Still at the bottom there.
You're about you're about 2/3 done. No, not quite 2/3
It's hard
done.
to tell with me because
yeah, it is.
It'll take 30 minutes, takes 2 hours. But
well, but it's not a race, man. It's a journey. It's not a destination. Yeah, the finished project is excellent. It's absolutely awesome. But, and that's something that a lot of folks don't understand about what we do, Charles, no matter what discipline we're in, is a lot of folks, I've had a lot of folks look at something I've made and say, you can get those at Walmart for however much. And I'm like, yeah, but then I wouldn't have had the fun of making it.
And I've had one lady, and somebody that takes the time to do that really bugs me, but I was selling a wooden cross or something like whatever on one of the selling pages, and that says I can get one of those for $20 at Walmart. I say, yeah, and that's also mass produced, made in another country most of the time, and it's not handmade. But if you want to do that, go for it.
I don't even take them that far. I'm like, well, carry yourself down to Walmart and leave me alone. I'm enjoying what I'm doing.
But people that take time out of their day to make a
unproductive or negative comments. Just don't make me no sense. Go ahead.
It's just folks that want to feel, more important than they really are. They just want to hear themselves think.
Well, I want to feel more important, but I'm not a butt nugget to people.
Well, and that comes down to personality.
I want to be important, Mark. Help me.
I just want to be different like everybody else.
Yeah. My mama told me I was special.
Yeah, well, my mama lied to me before.
Yeah, I started to doubt her when she said I was handsome.
Well, I think we're all handsome to our mama. You're not. If your mama ever looked at you and goes, "Oh, good Lord," what did I give birth to? You're probably not going to have a happy life. So,
well, the first hint was when my mom called me a little treasure. My dad said, "Yeah, let's bury it." I mean,
I'm telling you,
that was my first hint that I wasn't all that. Oh my God.
And when you're born, your doctor slapped your mama. That's not a good sign either.
What were you thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if anybody's watching for the first time, and as soon as you're able to breathe again, you're welcome to comment and question.
That's right.
It does not have to be on topic, but I would ask that it please be family friendly, and we will respond.
If Daddy ever had to tie a pork chop around your neck to get the dog to play with you, you may have issues.
Yeah. I'm going to go with it as long as I can. My live streams tend to end when I suddenly get tired because of my meds. They never grab me all of a sudden, but I'm going to go as long as I can.
I'm here for as long as you'll have me, or until the Department of Planning and Finance out there in the other room decides we need to go do something now.
He means wife.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take another drink.
Now, see, we have the division of labor down. She is plans, operations, and finance, and I'm labor and transportation. So
I don't have a good comeback for that. Dagnabbit.
Well, it's worked for almost 32 years, so we're gonna stick with it.
Yeah, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Nope. I still think that we're both just too lazy to try to break in somebody new. So
yeah, I think that's what it is for a lot of people. It's like, I ain't got the mental energy to try to start over.
No, I'm not doing that again.
Yeah, it's funny right there. And I'm not near as sexy as I used to be, so I don't know that I could attract a whole lot right now.
Oh, I know I'm still as sexy as I used to be, which ain't saying a whole hell of a lot.
My personality, it sounds so generic. My personality's worthy, but if you're looking for a hunk, I don't know about all that.
Well, even a hunk of coal is a hunk. So,
You're trying so hard to make me feel good about myself.
I'm no, dude. I'm speaking the truth.
If you walk by a bunch of maggots and they start gagging, and it's time to.
But even then, it's still a hunk.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't saying a hunk of what.
Yep.
Uh-oh, I hear movement in the other room.
Not me, I'm right here.
Chad Benton says, my mama said I'm special. At least that's what I thought she said. She said I'm spectacle. Lawrence Aldridge in the house. Howdy, everybody, he says. Or hi, everybody, he says. I threw in the howdy.
Now, if something could have broke where I'm cutting it, I just passed it, so we're good.
Okay.
Those two cuts are very close together.
Right. Okay, I see now.
But I'm just dangerous enough. I'm a rebel, without a clue.
Yep. Risky business.
Yes, sir.
And you got it out of there without it busting. Holy cow.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Nice. All right.
It's like watching Ted Williams hit. Y'all, that's an artist at work.
Something like that. This is going to be a relatively large cut. It's got to be done anyway, so let's get on it.
All right. Scroll on.
Scroll on, by God. Erp.
Gazoon tight. I figure cover all the bases, man. One of these days I'll be right.
Yep. I'm not sure I'm ever right, but I try to be. You know, because a lot of people say, that boy ain't right. See what I did there?
That's right. That's right. But even if you ain't right and you say it, you're right.
Yep. Something like that.
I think I just put my head into an infinite loop here.
Now I'm staring with my hand on the bottom here. You can't see it. That's just off camera.
Okay.
One hand is at the bottom of the piece down here, staring, and the other one's on the left edge. Whoops.
There you go. Okay, so are you strategically planning now the next cut you're going to make based on...
I jump around.
Okay, but you don't have to kind of put any thought into how brittle some of this is going to be, and are you going to break some of this out? And
no, because now some people will say do all the little cuts first, but the way I see it is if you think something could break, just put your finger close to it and it'll reduce vibration. So that's why I don't really worry about what order I cut, except for starting with faces and eyes.
Okay.
But I do save the waste pieces around areas that could break when sanding, like that strap right there.
Yeah.
Although it's pretty thick, it could vibrate a lot while using a palm sander or orbital sander. So I'll keep this waste piece.
And just put it back in there to give you some more support on the sander then.
More surface area for the sander, and I'll do the same thing with this piece. That was that funny shark we were dealing with,
the guppy?
Yeah, I saved that waste piece for the same reason.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Anything that sticks out a lot, you want to protect it.
Okay.
And if anybody ever buys this design, I'm not referring to the finished piece, but if you buy this design and want to cut it, if any area is too narrow for you, widen it. You know, you can make any changes you want.
Yeah. And that's one advantage to doing this on a scroll saw is you can make on the fly decisions like that.
And I often do that.
Yeah. Decide to save a cut for a little bit later on, or no, I want to jump over here and get all these little things right now. You're not stuck doing it in a specific order.
Yeah, and that chatter y'all are hearing is just the piece jumping up and down on the table and the blade breaking.
Oh no.
But that was right there at the clamp, so it wasn't.
All right.
Dag blabbit. That's a lot of blades breaking. But, all right.
There was a dag blabbit. Gotta take a drink. Hold on.
That's 4 blades I've broken during this live feed. That's pretty ridiculous, but we'll just throw another one in there, and if you jumped, you got to take a drink too. I didn't jump.
Now, this is my ignorance here because I'm not a scroll sawer.
Why not?
Sawyer. Because I don't have room. Just simply that. I don't have room. I don't have room for what I do now.
Did you
Thank
say
you for that.
You're
for what I do, yes.
Anytime my face comes into the camera, I try to stick my tongue out and let people know that I know I'm showing. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Well, everybody needs a hobby. So showing my ignorance here, if, say for purposes of discussion, the blade breaks close to the end, can you reuse that blade? Just, kind of push
You can. You have to loosen the tension on the saw lot.
Okay. Okay.
a lot.
The
Well, I know
secret is to try
can't.
not to get into that position, though, right? Okay.
Usually when they break, it's elsewhere, but
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
right there on the cut line, but the blade won't go through, so I got to get where I left off. I left a little larger of a cut. Come on
So, you know
now.
what you need to do is you need to make friends with a blacksmith who can take all those blades and forge them into a knife for you.
Boy, that
would
as
be a
many
killer
blades I've broken
project.
in my life. Yeah, that would be big old knife or sword or something.
I mean, some of those guys are just absolute wizards with the blacksmithing, and if they can make a ding dong machete out of nails and wood screws, they could do something with those scroll saw blades.
Machete.
A ding dong machete. That's a specific type of machete used to cut ropes that hold bells. You know.
That's funny. All right, time for your meds, there, Mark.
No, work with the medication. Don't try to fight it. Your day will go smoother.
Now, since we broke a blade, I got to take a drink. And again, it doesn't have to be alcohol. I'm going to check real quick to see if I'm still being held for review.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I can.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I was barely into the live stream when they helped me review. It's still being held for review. And we've got 2 thumbs downs. We appreciate you, butt nuggets. But that's all right. Doesn't affect the channel.
No, I like thumbs downs. Love me or hate me.
You're
Love
still
me or hate
watching.
me. Thanks for watching.
Very lethal machete, says John Nave. Whew.
So, looking to see, did my video finish? Yep, my video finished editing. Woohoo!
Yay!
So all of that live stream, the first 6.5 minutes of the live stream I did earlier today was without audio because I didn't realize my microphone went. No thanks.
Ain't happening.
Yeah, not today, homeboy. Try me again later.
Right. It says we have 12 people watching. If you have any comments or questions, they don't have to be on topic. If I don't know the answers, either Mark does or somebody in the chat might. Or I could potentially tell you where to go look for that answer if nobody knows the answer. I'm going to go ahead and shave some of this line off.
Okay.
Again, that chattering sound is just because it's bouncing off the table a little bit. So I'm not worried about it breaking, or I have my finger right there.
Anthony Campbell says, howdy, come in to take a drink. What perfect timing. Yes, sir.
Hello, Anthony.
Herb Hooper saying hello. Josh Grover, Lawrence Aldridge.
Anthony, did you get my message earlier on Facebook? With them there pictures?
Josh Grover saying, you're still not done?
Nope.
No, and thank you for playing our game.
You should know by now, Josh. Come on now.
Chris Nealon is back, saying he has returned with meat. Some things I just don't want to know.
Hello, Chris Nealon.
Unless he's, that was an Arby's commercial, of course. Then in which case, I'll retract my statement.
I'm going to try to reduce that chatter a little bit by having my finger closer.
Now, are you putting some downward pressure right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anthony Campbell says, been in the shop working on some things. We'll be back and forth for the stream.
All right.
Chris Nealon says the hunt at Costco was successful. Please tell me you were foraging for a brisket. That's what I should have done. We've got nice weather today. I should be out cooking a brisket. I just haven't done.
It's misty here in Gatesville, Texas.
It was foggy this morning here, but...
Did Anthony say whether or not he saw my message on Messenger?
Yes, sir, he did.
Cool.
That he'd been in the shop working on some things.
Oh, okay. Now, the higher up I get, the more it's going to chatter, so I'm putting my fingers down here, too.
Okay. Actually, Chris Nealon says, a huge corned beef, a ham, and stew meat. Corned beef is one of my all-time favorites. And genuine Irish sausage. Okay, knock it off now. You're just showing off, okay?
That's funny right there.
I like to take corned beef and soak it for a couple, 3 days to get rid of some of the salt, and then I season it up and throw it on the smoker to make pastrami, and oh boy, is it ever good.
Now, because both of my hands are here near the blade, I'm using this one with my thumb to help steer the piece.
Okay. And I ain't had genuine Irish sausage in years.
I don't know if I've ever had it.
Well, I believe it was... Now, I have had real genuine Irish sausage, and my grandmother used to make what she called Irish sausage. And they tasted almost identical, so I'm guessing, you know. I know it was a family recipe, but...
So now you got to share it with the rest of it.
Yep. Chris Nealon says a smoker is good for corned beef as well as a crock pot. Yes, sir. I don't think there's a bad way to make corned beef.
If y'all are trying to make me hungry, it's working.
Well, he's already made me hungry, so I'm going to try to draw the rest of y'all into my discomfort.
I believe it was Chris Nealon that talked about pizza earlier. Somebody did.
Oh, now that's a low blow. I've had corned beef on the stovetop. I've had corned beef in crock pot, smoker, barbecue grill, oven. And I just don't think there's a wrong way you can make corned beef. You can even slice it while it's still partially frozen. So
but
it's
there
nice
is a wrong way to talk about food while the guy's trying to do a show because he's starving to death. Just kidding.
Well,
I think torturing me, some people enjoy doing that.
Well, Anthony Campbell says he was just going to say they talking about all this grilling and stuff and haven't posted an address or the eat time. Well, between you, me, and the fly on the wall, Anthony, I'm in the same boat because you got to plan ahead for running the smoker, and I just haven't done it.
I neither.
Chris says boiling is no good for corned beef. I will disagree. It depends on what kind of vegetables you throw in. You throw in a bunch of cabbage and some carrots and potatoes, it's perfect.
You can't be having all that healthy food. What's wrong with you?
I'm Scottish. Are you kidding me?
I'm dreaming.
I'm Scottish. I mean, you know, I'm probably 1/3 cabbage. Josh Grover says, well, Josh Grover, I think, did a typo because he says, I'd fire up the girl tonight, but we had snow and sleet today. And that sounded a little personal. Here's hoping he meant the grill. And snow and sleet is no excuse. So, Steve Meelan over there at Harneal Media says the Dag Blabbit hat is up and on the website. There is a link.
As is the scroll-on cap and a whole mess of t-shirts.
Mm-hmm.
And they are still holding me for review. What butt nuggets?
Well,
but I made 3. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I made 3 subscribers, so I'm tickled about that. Cool.
Hey, that works.
Back to you, sir.
Chris Nealon says, I've had good luck with corned beef in an Instant Pot. Cook the entire dinner in an hour. You know, I've not tried an Instant Pot yet. I should. You go ahead and fire up the girl. Yeah, well, that could be good or bad, Chris. Be careful what you wish for. And he says Chris Nealon says he owns 2 scroll-on shirts. Now you're just bragging.
I didn't know he had 2 of them, but that's cool. I knew he had 1. Him and Rod Buchanan are the only ones that have ordered shirts. And we appreciate you.
Well.
Mac Pierce bought a cap the other day and a coffee cup.
Sweet.
Much obliged. Yeah, I still got to buy my own stuff.
I got to go over here and check out the Dag Blabbit baseball cap.
I'll give you a hand. There's probably a cap that says Dag Blabbit on it.
Oh, God, why you got to ruin stuff for me, man, without even announcing a spoiler alert? Come on.
Sorry.
Well, he's got a camouflage Dag Blabbit baseball cap and a genuine official Dag Blabbit cuffed beanie. He's also got a distressed Dag Blabbit hat and a trucker's cap.
Yeah.
He's been busy. See, this is kind of personalized service you get with Steve Nealon over at Harneo Media. I say he's not just the man.
And the awesome products you can get at woodenvision.com.
The man.
There's also a donate button if y'all don't want to buy anything, but you want to help support this strange feller doing this cutting. It would not bother me in the least.
That's a ding dong nice looking baseball. I like that hat.
Well, by God, you're welcome to buy 7 of them.
Yeah. I bet you they would make great stocking stuffers too.
Well, that's true, but you don't have to wait for Christmas. Just
no, you see, if when you're an old person like me and you got 5 kids and 5 grandkids, you start shopping for Christmas in January.
All right, we'll get you some caps. You walked into it, you got to buy at least however many grandkids you got right there.
Am I I can't even talk. Am I contractually obligated?
If it'll make you buy them, I'll say yes.
Full disclosure, yes.
We're about to finish off this puppy, by God.
Okay. How close is you? Oh, you're talking about your bottle of soda. There you go. Okay, I thought.
Yeah. It's just out of reach, so I'll have to suffer for a little bit. Okay, where are we at? Well, we got some bunch of comments jumped in there.
Holy cow, Shabab.
He wore hers. He wore his in Hawaii. His scroll-on T-shirt.
Cool.
Shabab Sunil. Hi, Charles. Just wanted to let you know I'm watching your video from Norway, and the clock is 23:30. What is that?
That's 11:30 civilian time, PM. So it's almost midnight.
Appreciate you, Shahab. I probably said his name wrong the first time. Shahab Sunil. That is how interesting. It ran away. That is how interesting and fascinating your work is. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for the great work you share with the whole world, Shahab. Thank you, Shahab. I don't know how to say thank you in your language, but hopefully, I'm pretty sure you understand me since you're pretty good at English. Chris Nealon says, I'm cooking a beach bowl in my food dehydrator along with an oak bowl. The beach bowl is exploding with cracks. The oak, okay. He also says, now that bottle will make a great thunder jug. That's funny right there. And John Dave sent him, hello to Shahab. All right.
Get her.
Done gone. All right.
Chris must be lacking fiber. Yeah. If he's cooking bowls.
He's not lacking fire. See what I did there?
Yep. Uh-oh.
I just broke a piece with my hand.
Uh-oh.
But it was nothing important.
Nothing that you can't modify?
Yeah, a little piece down there broke off because I was using it to steer and I broke it off. But it's just a little teeny tiny piece. That's been a long time since that happened. But yeah, it's just a little insignificant sticky down piece. That's the official name for it. Right there.
That's a technical term, sticky down piece?
Yep.
Okay. I'll learn scroller talk.
Yeah, I very rarely break pieces while I'm scrolling. It's usually handling them is where I break them, or standing.
Steve went above and beyond because there's now a Dag Blabbit coffee mug. Get you one.
Dag Blabbit, I need some coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Dag Blabbit, wait till I'm done with my coffee. There's another one, Steve.
Dag Blabbit.
Every one of y'all watching it wants me to shut up. Y'all feel free to buy something or hit that donate button and throw all your hard-earned money.
Chris Nealon came back and said, trust me, plenty of fiber. TMI. Thanks, Metamucil.
My dad used to use Metamucil quite a bit.
don't know. I just prefer to bowl of Raisin Bran every once in a while.
When I was a kid, that was the only cereal I liked that was soggy.
Was Raisin Bran?
Yeah. I actually liked it better without many raisins in it. Go figure.
Josh Grover says nothing comes before coffee. Truer words have never been spoken, my friend.
Yup.
Coffee is life. Life is coffee. Know it, love it, live it.
Something like that.
Coffee is proof that God loves us.
Aww. Or that he doesn't want people to kill each other.
That's right.
Last I heard, that was a sin.
Well, actually, now that I think about it, there is one thing that comes before coffee, and that is turning on the pot.
No, sleep comes before coffee. And then Dr. Pepper, and then coffee. I don't actually drink coffee. Chris Nealon has super chatted $1.99. We appreciate you, Chris Nealon, very much. For those that don't know what a super chat is, if you're on the YouTube page, there's a $sign down below the chat area. You click on that, and it allows you to put in whatever number you would like, and that goes towards my YouTube paycheck, so to speak. And I very much appreciate when that happens. Thank you very much, Chris Nealon. That's another way of donating in real time. If you so choose. Herb Hooper says, coffee is what I've been drinking all day. Dennis has joined us. Hello, Dennis. Chris Nealon says, hey, Raisin Bran without raisins is just Wheaties. Nope, Wheaties is a lot wheatier, or a lot, you know what I mean. Go ahead.
You remember, see, let's age ourselves here, Charles. Do you remember 40% bran flakes?
No, sir, I do not. It doesn't mean I wasn't there when they were made. I just don't remember them.
I can't remember if they were Post or Kellogg's, but they were just a cereal, and that's all it was the flakes, no raisins.
I never liked the shredded wheat, though. Ugh.
Oh, shredded wheat, I love it.
And if I had it, I would have the frosty side down, but
now,
I love Golden Grams, too.
Chris Nealon has my back. He says he remembers. So it wasn't all a dream.
I'm not saying it wasn't made. It's just it wasn't in our house, but...
And Herb Hooper, coffee is what you've been drinking all day. All of the better people have. I'm with you.
I'm not one of them better people, I expect. I drink Dr. Pepper all day and night and morning.
I'm a coffee individual.
It's been a while since somebody did a super chat. That's pretty cool when that happens.
It is. It is.
At one time, Steve Good, Dave Gatton, Steve Combs has done it. Who else has done it? Jamie Page has done it. I shouldn't have started naming names because I'll forget. I miss old Jamie Page. I hope he's doing all right.
John Cousins come in and he says, you haven't finished it yet?
Nope.
Correct, John. And don't you have a keen eye for detail?
I see what you did there. And there is detail here.
I'm drinking Costco Irish whiskey. Oh, Chris.
All right. Now we got a whole bunch of people watching and only 8 thumbs up. So I'm slightly offended. I'm kidding. Y'all slap that thumbs up button. Wouldn't bother me in the least.
That's right. Give Charles a thumb up.
If you want to get your family, friends, and enemies to subscribe, it wouldn't bother me a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But above all, I appreciate y'all watching. If you have any questions, feel free to throw them out there.
See, if y'all hit that little share, that word share right there is a link. You click that share.
50 million people get to watch. Go ahead. Sorry.
You can select the social media platform of your choice, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, you know the drill, and just say something and share that on your timeline. Other folks will go, well, what is he watching now? And come over and join us. Then again, folks might be using this as kind of like the witness protection program and hiding out from folks. So, but those of you who don't care that other folks know what you're watching right now, share it.
Well, God, and I appreciate you. And Josh Grover, believe it or not, this is him being sweet and helping get me out there. He said, slap the thumbs up or slap you in the back of the head.
Or do both if you're so inclined.
Slap me in the back of the head. We want this to turn out right after all this time. By God.
Mm-hmm.
How long we been going? Almost 3 hours.
Yep.
Still raring to go.
Click on the subscribe button and don't forget to hit the thumbs up. That's right. If that subscribe button is red down there underneath the video pane,
it shouldn't hurt me.
If that subscribe button is red, you're doing it wrong. It should be gray.
And then you click on that bell and click on all to be notified when the live stream is going to happen.
That's
and
right.
When it's happening and when a project video comes out. Because every now and then I will download my live streams and make them in a time lapse video for those that don't want to stay here 2 hours.
Wait. You're telling me there are folks that don't want to sit here for a few hours?
I know. Apparently they want to pay bills, make money. Come on now.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Nobody got time for that.
Paying bills?
I know. Apparently not paying is frowned upon with a lot of companies.
Okay, Lawrence has to go. He says he'll check back later on. Have a good one, Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you for being here, sir. It's not unforeseeable that we could finish this piece during this live stream if I can stay awake for it.
Chris Nealon says he was going to cast a bottle stopper blank with pistachio shells, but he's working on a buzz. That would be an interesting blank. And the pistachio shell idea is actually pretty cool.
Well, I may have enough broken blades. Somebody can make a blank out of a bunch of broken scroll saw blades. They would have metal in it, but yeah.
Josh Grover says, we supposed to smack the thumbs up or thumbs up from down under? Whatever gets you through the night.
Whatever works for you. I've already gotten 2 thumbs down. That's all right because it don't hurt none.
Yeah. But if you're in Australia, they look right side up, so it's cool.
Yeah, Herb says, no, I can't sit here all day and do this. I'm just kidding. You know, I'm always here. Yep. There was one live stream where it was just him and Austin, man, because I'd started at 2:30 in the morning.
Chris Nealon says, send me the blades.
And John Cousins says, I never knew about the share button, just did. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
You can do that with any YouTube video. Just share it on your social media, and that puts more links out there and expands viewership. We love it.
Yeah, and I'm not joking, Chris Nealon, but you'd have to wait for me to clean up. I don't know. He's probably doing something productive. He's asking where Aussie Man is. He's usually here at least once during a live stream. But Chris Nealon, if I ever clean up my shop, I will. If you're I will save all the broken blades I've thrown on the floor, and I will send them to you. It's the least I could do for your support, sir. You bought a T-shirt. You bought other pieces. You've been a loyal watcher. By God, it's the least I could do. Yeah, I got to clean my shop, but I have broken blades all over the place.
Yep. Steve says he'll have to remember the share button. Yep. That share button works real well. You can share it on your timeline. You can put it in a group. You can tie it in a knot. You can tie it in a bow. All that neat stuff.
To and fro and all that stuff. And while we're talking about buttons, if you want to hit that donate button on woodenvisions.com, wouldn't bother me in the least. And share, subscribe, bell, all that stuff.
That's right. Spread the love. Spread the love.
Yes, yes. All right, we're gonna get going. This next cut I'm about to do is gonna be a huge cut.
Of course, this is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I see which one you're gonna do.
It's gonna be all through here, and my signature is actually attached to it, so I may slip in a number 3 blade. And usually I wait till the end to do the signature, but I might do it just because we're gonna do this one big old long cut.
Okay. Chris says he'll wait for the blades.
All right. Yeah, I still got a project I need to cut for him. He'll actually order from me, and I deeply appreciate that. I drew it out, but I haven't cut it yet because he said he didn't need it till August, and you can't tell me that because it'll make me wait.
Ken McCrory, the Dixie Dog House, in the house.
Howdy, Ken. Appreciate you being here, sir.
Steve Nealon says he shares in groups and on Harneal Media's Facebook page.
Yep, he's one of the best sharers when it comes to these live streams, and everybody else in Makers Media Network, by God.
Now, Chris Nealon says, I think blades will make good pen blanks. I don't know if you was here when I threw my idea at Charles about hooking up with a blacksmith and taking all them busted blades and having them forge them into a knife for him or something like that. That would be
I don't know that I have that many, but yeah, I would love to see a bowl made out of broken scroll saw blades and a knife and a pen. That would be cool.
I don't know what kind of steel they're made out of, but that would be one ambitious project.
Yeah, because for a long time, believe it or not, I was saving my broken blades because I'm such a broke butt that I was, I needed them as emergency backups. If they weren't broken in the middle, I would save them, because if I ran out of blades, I'd have them emergency ones to go to.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I asked that question earlier about can you reuse those blades if it comes to it.
Technically, well, at least on a Hagner, as long as you minimize the.
Yeah.
Of course, if I had money to throw out there, I'd buy a whole bunch of brand new blades and send them to you just to have a bowl or a pen or something made out of them, or a knife.
But you see, I'm just Scottish enough to where what I would do is I would have like a coffee can sitting next to me. So if I busted a blade, I just throw them in the coffee can.
I did that for a while, but now I just chunk them on the floor along with a whole bunch of other stuff. I would love to see a knife. I would love to see a knife, bowl, and pen made out of broken blades or even good blades.
Yep, that would be cool.
I could donate the broken ones. I can't donate the new ones because that costs a lot.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure I'd be the only person in the world that had one.
Well, Chris Nealon says, when I bought my Seiko, it came with dozens and dozens of blades. Not sure what to do with them. Maybe actually try to scroll something.
There's an idea.
Yeah, stranger things have happened. Ken McCrory says, Aussie Man told Russ that you sent your regards last night.
Yep, and Russ didn't respond.
Oh, okay.
Well, he had to repeat himself a few times, and Russ wrote in the chat that he saw the message, but,
Yeah.
That's that.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Speaks for itself. I don't need to say nothing else.
Yep. That's inside baseball, and I stay out of stuff like that there.
And it may have looked to Russ that it was being pushed on him, but I actually told Aussie Man to say, let him know he's still my favorite butt nugget. And, if you know me, that's a compliment and a sweetness. There's no hidden meaning in that. I'll tell him he sent your regards, and that's why he went that route. But that's all right.
Ken says nothing but crickets. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was in reference to that or he's listening to Buddy Holly.
Yeah, if anybody wants to know about Russ Clarity, he does a show on Saturday nights at 8 o'clock. Let's Talk Shop with Russ. As does Dave Gatton, does a show called, what does he call it? Just Live with Dave Gatton? Or what is
CNC with Dave Gatton.
Yeah. And on Sundays, I believe it's already passed, is Makers International Podcast with Chris Cute, Jamie Page, and Richard Morley, and whoever they decide to have on there.
Oftentimes a special guest. Oftentimes not.
Usually Dale Kirkwood of Maple Tree Studios has a 3 p.m. UK time, 9 a.m. Central time live thing, but he's attending a funeral in Scotland tomorrow, so he didn't have one today.
Yeah.
Unless he changed his mind. That's the last I heard, though. I made a little crook in the line, so I'm going to cut off the line intentionally to make up for it.
Okay, I just got informed that I've got to go do something at the top of the hour, so we've got about 7 minutes to hang with you.
10-4, much obliged. Y'all are about to be stuck with just me.
Yeah, will. That's all right.
How close is the top of the hour?
We're well, yeah, right at the top. I'll go ahead and split it 3 on my time. about 7 minutes away.
All right. I might be done with this cut by then.
Cam McCrory says, I hear banjo music. Well, go with that feeling.
Be very afraid.
Then he said, oh no, just Charles Egad. Yeah.
I know.
That Irish whiskey is kicking in. Everybody knows that's an Odds Bodkins, not an Egad. Man, you are getting close to, well, yeah, you're more than 2/3.
Yeah, if I stick with it and stay consciousness tends to help these things go better, smoothly. More smoothlier, really?
More smoothlier.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, I make up words all the time. I'm a professional verbicator.
Yup.
Steve says he'll be back. It's dinner time. Oh, man.
Steve Nealon?
Yep. I don't know when he gets time to eat. That's probably the busiest man I know.
Yeah.
Makers just ended. Jamie Page is up next in 5 minutes. Okay.
Oh, he's doing a live stream?
I don't know.
If anybody talks to him, tell him I miss hearing from him.
Ken McCrory says, my ringtone is the Foggy Mountain Breakdown. Okay. Flatten Scruggs? I have to ask. Because, you know, if it ain't Lester and Earl, they're just posers. Well, I talk about just dating yourself.
Yep. Slightly older than dirt.
Folks are going, Flatten Scruggs? What's that?
They're from them black and white days.
Yeah, but I tell you what, I love to go back and listen and watch some of their old video.
Yep.
Those boys were getting down before getting down was a thing.
I'm pretty sure there's some on YouTube.
Oh yeah, and that's one of the great things about YouTube. So I say I don't watch TV when you've got so much entertainment on YouTube. I'm a YouTube fanatic.
Yeah, I use YouTube, Netflix, and Amazon Prime movies.
See, I don't even do the Netflix or Amazon Prime movies or any of that other stuff because I don't have time. I'm stuck in YouTube.
Yeah, that's the only time I watch TV is football, and a lot of times I watch that on my computer too.
John Cousins says we need a YouTube TV guide. Yeah, I don't know that it would help because there's new stuff every second.
Yeah.
Chris Nealon says Earl Scruggs was a master. Yes, sir. Yes, some people today would know who Earl and Lester were. Well, okay. Ken McCrory says black and white is 2-color TV. Yep, yes, sir. I think I was 15 years old before my family got their first color TV. That'd have been, 1976. We got our first color TV.
I was 6 years old in 1976.
I was 15.
Good Lord.
Mm-hmm.
You are old. Just kidding.
Yes, I am old. Chris Leland says, I own 8 banjos, and that's unusual for the North. Well, it depends. North Alabama, not so unusual.
Blade's getting a little dull, so it's harder to stay on this line, but it's a straight line, so I'm trying to stay on it.
Yeah. Ken McCrory says he'd love to learn how to play. I'm assuming he means banjo. Me too. That's one of those things that just looks way too busy for me. I've attempted to play the guitar, and that's about all I can say is an attempt because I have one fatal flaw, and that is I suck at it.
Well, there's a banjo, fiddle, and steel guitar. I'd love to learn to play all 3 of those because they all scream good old foot stomping country music. I tell you what, or bluegrass.
My grandson is the family guitarist. My granddaughter plays violin, and I play the stereo. So
I'll play the field.
Chris Nealon says no, he's in New England. I was teasing about North Alabama. He said he's met 3 other players up there. Josh Grover says he plays the radio. Does that count for anything? Yes, sir, it does. I believe it should be an instrument because I play the stereo.
Well, I got all y'all beat. I play with mines.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, the clock on the wall is bing-bonging the top of the hour, so I need to go see what the Department of Planning. Perfect timing. So
yeah, and here I am almost done with the dang cut. But go ahead.
I get to go see what Department of Planning and Finance has in store for me. So I just wanted to say thank you for letting me come on here and confuse the heck out of everybody.
Appreciate you being here, sir.
Well, I appreciate the invite. And if you're still around a bit later on when I get back, I'll might join back in.
I'll do my darndest, by God. The length should be the same unless the time, space, blah, blah, bull stank. You know?
Yeah, really. So now don't go coming up with blah, blah, bull stank. Well, now's the perfect time to do it because Steve's gone. You don't want to have that T-shirt available.
And once again, Josh Grover, I'll say kiss it. And appreciate you being here, Mr. I almost called you Mark Meadows again.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I've been called worse. I've got 5 kids and 5 grandkids. I've been called much worse.
Well,
all righty.
Here, sir.
Well, thank you very much for the invite. Y'all have a good time and scroll on.
We'll do that, by God. All right, he is gone. I have to check my ham, says Chris Nealon. Well, I'm going to check my hamstring. I'm kidding. Man, I was so close to being done with that cut. That's just a pain in the pie toot. But it's all got to be done. And I found a little wave in the line when it broke, so I might as well get that wave out of the line, too. That big old cut's gone. Thank you, Mr. Kim McCrory. All right. Apparently we got some more cuts we need to do. But somehow we're not done yet. Can you believe that? I know. Whew. Maybe if I turn the piece like this, I won't need to turn it upside down. Now, once I get up in here, I may have to turn it upside down because I have to be able to reach it. But I have gone far enough over, I can go ahead and get this corner cut done where the brad nails are holding it together. So we can come back to it. And here we are. I'm going to do everything I can to finish this piece during this live stream. It just depends on my consciousness. But now that it's just me here, you can't tell that when I take a stretch or drink a Dr. Pepper. I mean, you can tell. Before, you couldn't tell because y'all were being distracted by the other person. And my Dr. Pepper's, my new Dr. Pepper's just out of reach, so I actually have to stand up and go get it. Josh Grover says, maybe if you actually cut, we'd be done. Just kidding. I like the chatting. Well, Well, I appreciate it. Let me run grab that Dr. Pepper. I got to stand up to get it. And while I'm standing up, I might as well do the whole nature thing. So I'll give you all that to look at. And I'll be right back. I'm almost, without even looking, I'm betting there's a hashtag. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I was wrong. Nobody was talking while I was gone. All right, that's kind of bad when it gets quiet. That's when people are doing something wrong. Let me go ahead and check YouTube while I'm standing here. Still being held for review. We're at 107 views. That's awesome. Thank you all very much. And we'll get back to cutting here. Let me get my chubby butt back on the stool here. Oy. Josh Grover says we were good. Excuse me. Let me get this corner piece done. And I'm going to do everything I can to finish this piece on this live feed, no matter how long that takes. And I might even fight through the tire that tends to come on after a while. Alright, I need to position the camera in a better spot, but I had to do that bottom corner right quick. Go ahead and do some of these uppercuts. Huh? Cuts up here higher. Yeah, if I can find one of the pilot holes. Surely I'll hit one at some point. Might have to break out the light here shortly. I know I'm near some. There we go. It says we have 7 folks watching. If any of y'all have any comments or questions, feel free to throw them out there. I accidentally moved my fan. I got to put it back on me here. All right. If anybody is watching Jamie Page right now, tell him I miss him and hoping he's doing all right. Not in a romantic way. I just, haven't heard from him in a while or seen him. Of course, if you're watching him right now, you're probably not here. I don't know. And where that X is where brad nails are going through, so I'm not going to cut that yet. I'm going to do everything else here. And we do have little cuts in here we got to get done. It adds to all the detail. Not the pilot hole I was looking for. Got 10 people watching. If you have any comments or questions, please throw them out there. I'll respond. If not, somebody in the chat might, if they know the answer and I don't. Does not have to be on topic. But if you're watching on YouTube, I hope you'll consider subscribing and clicking on that bell to be notified. Y'all have been awful quiet out there. See, Texas doesn't know how it wants to be. It's been cold the last few days. Now it's kind of muggy. I was hitting the back of the saw with the corner of the piece, so I'm glad I turned it. The space is big enough. I'm able to do all this with the number 5. Flat-ended barrel by Flying Dutchman. Hello, John Bradley. Welcome. If Josh Grover says he's watching and trying to work on a pattern at the same time. All right. Good luck on that, sir. I'm going to break open a new Dr. Pepper here and hope it doesn't splash all over my drink. I mean, my piece here, but that's what I do. There we go. As often as I talked about Dr. Pepper, you would think that I was sponsored by them, but I am not. I'm just addicted to Dr. Pepper. And again, if you're just joining, I'm doing everything I can to finish this piece on this live stream, so could be here a while. John Cousins says I'm watching and trying to cut, but I keep getting distracted. You got that weird southern accent voice in your head? Yep. And Josh Grover says, I'm attempting to make a pattern of the pic of the car I sent you. I get it. I kind of figured that's what you was working on. Herb Cooper says, I don't have any place to be. John Cousins says, yep, about the southern accent voice in his head. Yep. I got that same voice in my head, but it never picks a specific accent. It talks all kinds of weird ways. It is not impossible to think that we'll finish this piece on this live feed, just not quickly. I'm going to do my best to keep it somewhat right side up for everybody, but I may have to turn it at some point. Yeah, Josh, that's the only reason I couldn't work with it is the picture wasn't very big. I meant Josh if I said John. I don't know what I said. I've got a piece of lace stuck in one of the other cuts, so I got to get that out of there. There we go. And if we can find the pilot hole, we'll be racing right on. Excuse me. Sorry for coughing in your ear, but my hands are full. Let me catch up on comments here. John Nave says, I'm watching the stream putting together 2 cubicle inserts. Cool. John Bradley says it's a popular name. John Nave says true. Russ Meadows has joined us. And when he's in the chat, not on the panel, then that means there's too much noise where he's at, or people are sleeping, so he can't get on the panel. But I'm sure he will if and when he's able. And Josh Grover says, I understand. I was just going to give you some business, and I appreciate that. Yeah, but I won't waste your time if I don't think I can get good results from the photograph, but I'm pretty sure you know that. All right, so let's get back on this here. Well, let me go ahead and check YouTube because that's what I do. And 3.5 hours in, they're still holding me for review, but that's all right. Russ Meadows says he just woke up at 5 p.m. I understand. I knew eventually we were going to be awake at the same time. Randy Bosheen says, hello, everybody. Just sent you some pics, Charles. I appreciate it, Randy. I'll look at them as soon as the live stream's over. Or I guess I could look now. It wouldn't hurt anything. That's plumb beautiful, mister. All I ask, Randy, if you don't mind, I won't demand it, but I would ask if you post these online, if you don't mind posting them at a slight angle where somebody can't steal the design, because it does happen. I hope you understand. But you did a beautiful, beautiful job on those. Very beautiful job. And again, I never demand that people do it, but if y'all ever post finished cuttings made from my designs, I hope y'all will consider taking photographs of them at a slight angle so nobody can steal the design from your photo. I'm going to go ahead and get these little cuts out of the way since they're there, and they got to be done anyway. for anybody watching for the first time, as soon as this project's done, we'll be working on, not necessarily on this live stream, but we'll be working on this as the next series of live cuttings. Welcome back, Lawrence Aldridge. I'm going to do everything I can to stay awake long enough to finish this live piece, or this piece on this live stream. I know I said that earlier, but I'm going to keep saying it. It's part of me trying to motivate myself to get it done on this live stream. Let me stretch a little bit. We'll get going again. But apart from falling over dead or falling unconscious from being too tired, I will do everything I can to finish on this here live stream. Let's hope falling over dead is not there. It depends on who you ask, Dennis, but yes, I am alive. See, not every cut makes a huge difference in the piece, but these little ones got to be done to show the detail. If anybody's watching for the first time, I hope you'll subscribe and click on that bell to be notified of future live streams and project videos. Or even if it's not your first time, I still hope you'll subscribe. Thank you very much, Randy. And again, beautiful, beautiful job. Josh Grover says, cool pizza. And Charles, recipe for the good night. Dag nabbit, I wouldn't mind some dang pizza right now. Lawrence Aldridge says, that's the problem. I keep trying to go when I'm tired and I end up messing up. I hear you. Says Randy Bosheen says they were all done with spirals. That's awesome. All right. I don't generally mess up when I'm tired, I don't think. At least not scrolling. I'm sure there's other things I've messed up while tired. Like staying awake. Nah. That's funny right there. I don't remember, Josh. I don't listen to myself half the time. But I'm not going to give you any ammo to go off of. Josh Grover says, I don't think it hurts too much and only listen half the time. Lawrence Aldridge says, I never think. Half the time I just do and get in more trouble. Amen. Dennis says, you mean I have to think? Well, not necessarily. Lawrence says, me too, Josh. Still getting in trouble sitting down. Just sitting down. And Josh Grover apparently is a husband because he said, I'll get in trouble without even knowing it. And we're going to get back on this haircutting, by God. when y'all hit my pilot hole again. Probably Herb or Josh or both. They might have gotten together to do it. But I found it. Excuse me. Hello, Leonard Davis. Appreciate you being here. Randy Bosheen has an oldie but a goodie. Says, my wife says I never listen to her. At least I think that's what she said. That's funny right there. And Josh Grover says he put wood putty in the pilot hole. That does not surprise me. You're evil. Let me stretch my back a tiny bit and we'll get going again. Let me pull the camera back a tad. And what I do is not for everybody. We've got 3 thumbs downs. But I'm going to keep on doing what I do because that's how I scroll. But I'm having fun and majority of y'all are having fun, so that's what counts. People are entitled to respond how they would like. Some people will do it just to spite you, but it doesn't hurt me, so I point them out just to show who the butt nuggets are. I don't know who they are, but it doesn't really matter. And the reason why I mentioned thumbs downs is to give them their 5 seconds of fame. Because there's no sweat off my back, fellas. And where we at? Lawrence Alder says, how long you been going today, Charles? So far, 3 hours, 52 minutes, and 35 seconds. Lawrence Alder says, love the picture, Charles. Wait to see tomorrow. All right. I'm going to try to finish it tonight, but I get that not everybody can stay awake or hear for it. And thank you, Lawrence, by the way, in case I didn't say that. I'm pretty confident I'm going to finish this during this live stream. So, as long as it takes. The reason why I keep talking about the thumbs down is because it's kind of funny, because some people do that to get a rise out of you, but it doesn't get a rise out of me. As I've said many times in the past, I don't do this to get rich. I don't do this to get famous. I do this to hopefully share and hopefully teach and hopefully entertain. And if thumbs downs we're going to stop that or discourage that, it ain't working, because this is live stream number 72, by golly. Lost 30 subscribers and still going at it, because it's fun to do. But keeping track of and being butthurt by are two different things. Because in my humble opinion, nothing has happened during this live stream that's controversial or bad, so it is what it is. Y'all enjoy that. Don't usually surpass 100 views during a live stream, so that's pretty cool. We passed 100 a while back. And I missed some comments here, I believe. And Leonard Davis says, do you always cut 2 at a time? No, only when I think it might sell. I used to do 3 at a time, but we tried that on that horse walking live stream, or set of live streams, and it took forever. So now I'm double stacking. And John Bradley says, you're very good at what you do, Charles. Get her done. By God, that's what I'll do. Much obliged. And Dennis says, well, you do all the above very well. Thank you, sir. We did gain 3 subscribers during this live feed, so I appreciate that, folks. And the only reason I keep checking YouTube is because they like to hold me for review, so I like to find out when it's no longer being held. But it's still being held. Well. I don't even know why I keep checking it, but I do. But we're at 130 views so far, and that's pretty darn good for a live stream, because it usually takes me a day or 2 to get over 100. Again, where these X's are is where the brad nails are holding the stack together, so I don't do those until I'm past that area. But I've got brad nails here, off to the side, and one here, and one up in the ear of the horse, and one in the forehead hair. Scroll on, baby. So what I do. Someday, if I have enough finances, I will do a t-shirt and or cap giveaway. But if y'all don't want to wait on that, you're welcome to go to woodenvisions.com, throw one out there. But don't hold your breath. I still got to get the finances together to do that. I also got to be able to ship them. I don't know, John Cousins. They always review my live streams. I had one of them where they reviewed it before it even went live, so it's an algorithm thing, or somebody that's butthurt. I don't know how that works. It says may not be suitable for all advertisers. That's what I mean when they're saying being held for review. And you got to click request review, blah, blah, bull stank. And it's been nearly 4 hours, and they're still holding it for review, but that's fine. We're still going to do this no matter how many people hate me or report me, blah, blah. And some people have recommended I write to YouTube about it, and I did once, but if it's an algorithm thing, it doesn't matter who you write to unless there's a way they can turn it off, you know. This channel's okay. The only thing I've ever had demonetized on my channel was me singing Marina Del Rey by George Strait, and they said copyright infringement, and I said, well, I bought the music, and it's me singing, so what's the deal? And they said, well, whoever made the music did a copyright strike, so there's that. But other than that, I got a spotless record on YouTube, and I'm proud of that. There's people that play their own music and sing on YouTube, and they get held sometimes. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm going to take me a swig of Dr. Pepper. We'll get to rolling. Now, before I started this live stream, I shared it to a bunch of groups, and the more areas you share it around, the more likely you are to get haters. But if you let it get to you, you'll never get anything done. And I'm having trouble finding the pilot hole, so I'm going to get a more comfortable angle here. I know I'm close. About to break out the light. Never mind. Dennis says, sorry, when my pain meds are hitting, need to go lay down. Scroll on, Charles. Appreciate you being here, Dennis. John Cousin says that's the best time to watch. I don't know which comment he's referring to when he says that, but I appreciate you watching. And because I talk a lot, that's why sometimes I don't know what comments are in reference to. Because half the time I'm not listening to myself either, by God. Oh, John Cousin says pain meds are kicking in. Everything is all trippy. John Bradley says, I was just about to say, Charles, you must be thirsty. I'm always thirsty. Stay thirsty, my friends. Pull that camera up just a bit. See if it'll stay where I put it. Let me clamp it in place. And of course it's going to move. That's what it does. And we'll stretch a little bit and we'll get rolling. Or scrolling. You know what I mean. Now, the further you get into a cut, or the closer you get to other cuts, the more a piece will chatter unless your fingers are right there by it. But I'm staring from the outside of the piece. Get some of these lower cuts out of the way. Blade might be breaking soon, or the tension loosened a little bit. Let me check the tension. Yep, it loosened. There we go. I might have tightened it a little too much, so we might break the blade regardless. Or we might not. Josh Grover says, all right, my eyes need a break from trying to figure out that pattern. Now I can watch you finish this one. Yay. Thank you, sir. I don't see any reason why we cannot finish this on this live stream. Hell, if I've gone 4 hours and 11 minutes and 25 seconds, I think I can keep going. Any area with black X's in it, I'll be cutting those last because that's where the brad nails are holding it together. My record for live stream length is 11 hours, but I don't think it'll take that long to get this done. So don't you worry. Unless I fall asleep partway through. Y'all need to hold the noise down out there. Just saying. We got 13 people watching. If you have any comments or questions, please throw them out there. Don't be shy. Does not have to be on any kind of topic. Appreciate y'all taking time out of your day to be here, or whatever time zone you're in. Oh, let me stretch a little bit. I want to get that camera a little higher up. Might take some clamp maneuvering. And it never wants to stay where I put it. John Nave says he'll be back shortly. Alrighty. Josh Grover says, I need to go on Wooden Visions and look at your train pattern. Someone asked me today to do a train piece for her husband's retirement from railroad. Yeah, I have a few train patterns, sir. And you're welcome to every dang one of them. Oh, you haven't seen the half of it, Josh. Well, that's my way of knowing that I need to have the camera a little lower and not aiming as much at the mess. Thank you for pointing that out. That's just a piece of it, I'm telling you. Get some of these little annoying cuts out of the way. They all got to be done. whichever one my blade finds first. There we go. That means I don't have it in the clamp right, because that should not have made that sound. If it does that sound again, then something happened to the tension, and we'll reset that. Oh, it was the clamp. So because of all that rattling, I need to check the tension too, because it might have loosened it a little bit. Yeah, a little bit, not too bad. I can definitely feel the blade getting dull, but I'm going to use it till it breaks, unless it just gets real hard to cut. And Chris Nealon says, now it's ice cream time. You're torturing me over here. Josh Grover says, if I get time this week, I'm going to look around and possibly play with a frame for this piece. Much obliged, mister. He says, coffee. Okay. don't know if he means coffee flavored ice cream or just some kind of weird something. That didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Let's take another drink. I think I will. Hello, Mac Pierce. Wondering when you was going to show up. Better late than never. But if you stick around, you'll probably see this piece finished. We can do everything I can to finish it. And Mac, did you get those emails where I forwarded you the tracking on your cap and mug from woodenvisions.com? I don't know why I said it like that, but I did. I expect you to send me a picture wearing the cap and holding the coffee cup, just saying. And Mac Pierce says, I sure did, Charles. I'm looking forward to getting the packages too. Nice. Thank you, sir. And Josh, I do not multitask very well. Trust me on that. That may come as an utter shock to absolutely nobody that knows me. But I do know this blade is getting pretty darn dull. And I'm going to stretch my back a little bit. Nealon says Irish coffee. Yep. And if anybody's wondering what this is in that cord, that is my light that is shining on the piece. Being able to see what you're doing kind of helps a little bit. Josh Grover, you're a butthead. And I mean that in the sweetest way possible. Whether or not I resemble that remark, still. Josh Grover says I'm the same way, so we're all good. All right. I see a little giblet of wood that was sticking out. I believe nature's calling me again, so I will be back as soon as quickly possibly. You know what I mean. I'll be right back. I would have asked if y'all missed me, but I'm afraid of what the answer might be. Well, thank you, Matt. And I never forget, Josh. All right. Y'all are forcing me to finish this thing, so we're going to get on it. Whew. Well, we've only been here 4.5 hours. No thunder jug. Blade's probably going to break soon because it's pretty dull and I'm pushing it pretty hard. I'm going to go ahead and put a sharper blade in there. But I'll keep this one as quote-unquote emergency backup. And let me catch up on comments. Josh, he never forgets. He doesn't always do it, but he never forgets. Yep. Chris Nealon says that is a great scroll. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Mac. John Bradley, I sent you a friend request. John Bradley, so did I. LOL. John Bradley, are we friends? Friends on Facebook? I'm at 3,090, so I don't remember everybody I'm friends with. I don't know why y'all are making me do this. I'm just kidding. I'm having fun. My back is killing me, but we're having fun. If I can find a pilot hole, we'll be going a little bit quicker. There we go. Ooh, diddly. I can't believe we're this far in and YouTube's still holding me for a review. That's just pathetic. Well, we are up to 144 views for the live stream, so that's good. And apparently I need to put it back in the clamp a little better and check the tension because I did change the blade. Got a little bit of a twist to it, so it might be part of it. Which means I might hockey stick it, which I think I just did. Yep. I hockey sticked it, and that's why the blade broke, because that would be entirely too convenient. And the other blades I got off to the side are just as twisted, so we could run into this again. We'll see if we can make it work. That could be a record on how quickly I break a blade after loading it. And if you jump, you gotta take a drink. Doesn't have to be alcohol. But you also gotta take a drink because we broke a blade. And I can't find this. There we go. And Chris says he's been cleaning the shop for a few hours. Doesn't look any different. And I can kind of relate to that. John Bradley says we are friends. Josh Grover says just move stuff off to the other side. John, behave. I'm not going to read that out loud. Well, the fancy chair helps me have something to lean back on to help my back. I also have bad posture. Yeah, that could very well be a record for how quickly I break a blade, but I knew there was a chance of it, so I brought it up. Okay, let's get comfortable here. Anybody has any comments or questions, throw them on out there and I'll respond. The second to last cut of this piece will be my signature, which is right here. And the last cut is this one over here. But we're going to get there eventually. Save some for me, John Cousins, and appreciate you. They never do, Josh. We've learned that. I'd give anything to be eating right now, but I love y'all too much to leave, dagnabbit. I've done committed to myself to finishing this piece tonight. All right, y'all. Everybody talking about pizza. Every dang one of y'all can kiss my hind end. Except for Mac. He's suggesting y'all order me a pizza. We do have a Pizza Hut in Gatesville if anybody wants to do that. Just throwing it out there. Large stuffed crust, extra cheese, extra hamburger. Just saying. But don't make it to where I have to pay for it because I'm broke. He says he already ordered pizza tonight. Alright, all y'all can kiss my booty. Just saying. That's just mean. I'm sitting here slaving over the scroll saw for y'all. If you look in the description of some of my project videos versus live streams, you'll probably see my address if you're so inclined to send a pizza or three. Just saying. No pressure. And the only place available here in town is Pizza Hut. Y'all get on it before it's too late. We got 14 people watching. If y'all have any comments or questions, whether or not they're on topic, that's fine. Feel free to throw them out there, and I'll do my best to answer them. Every one of y'all talking about pizzas is evil. Just saying. I do, and that's what counts because that's what's near me. So start dialing. And kiss my booty, John Bradley. Tommy Mater says, I saw a nice Hagner for sale in Houston today for $1,500. Wowzer. Yeah, that's more than they sell them for. So definitely don't want to pay that much. And I'm not going to read the rest of those pizza comments because y'all are mean. Y'all want me to finish this on this live stream and you're talking about food. You're not willing to send me a pizza. I see how it is. You think you know who your friends are. I love Pizza Hut. And we have one in Gatesville. Just throwing that out there. If anybody wants to pick up the phone, just saying. That's fine. I'll die of starvation while I'm cutting for y'all. That's why you pick up the phone, John Bradley. You don't have to send me one. Just have one sent to me. But nice try to get out of that. And we're going to see if we can find the pilot hole, which we just did. I'm in Gatesville, Texas, if you want to look up the Pizza Hut number, just saying. Well, to help you out, Josh, you would send it to my address, which is in the description of all my project videos. Just saying. Y'all are running out of excuses. Hello, John. I know I'm so close to a pilot hole because I can feel it, but I can't get the stupid blade to go through it. There it goes. And Leonard Davis is leaving us. Appreciate you being here, Leonard. Tommy Mater is partaking in moonshine. Says, beautiful moon last night. Need a moonlight pattern with some moonshine, by golly. Josh Grover says, Steve probably put his address on the website in the product videos instead of your address. Or his address. No, it's my address because I'm the one that put it in my description of all my project videos. But keep thinking of excuses, Josh. All right. Now, I don't think it happens on the live stream videos, so look at the project videos that aren't live stream, and my address is right there in the description, so y'all are running out of excuses. I am referring to YouTube. Large stuffed crust hamburger with extra cheese, extra hamburger. Gatesville, Texas. Yes, I am. And I know I'm going to get done with this whole piece, not have a single piece of pizza because nobody loves me. Josh, you're such a goober. Everybody just coming up with all the excuses they can. That's funny. I was going to say I'll give 5 free scroll saw patterns to whoever does it, but they wouldn't be free if you're buying pizza. Just saying. But you are getting more than pizza's worth with 5 free scroll saw patterns. But if y'all don't want them, that's fine. Just saying. Y'all done drove me to bribing you. Got 13 people watching. Nobody's going to do it. My heart is broken. And yes, she would, Josh. Anthony Campbell says, shoot, we scroll saw yours too, just as broke as you. Don't bring logic into this, mister. I cannot argue with logic, so I need a better argument. Now, other than my signature and this cut right here, I'm going to go ahead and get this area done. I guess technically I could go ahead and do my signature, but might as well wait. Now in the design, this is all assuming y'all give a crap. In the design, I left out that one little piece of detail so I could put my signature across there. Tommy Mater said that's an idea. Wooden pizza pattern. Pizza joints might purchase for their lounge. I don't know about all that. But you never know. So if y'all don't want me to finish this tonight, y'all got to stop talking about pizza because I'm going to get hungry and get off of here. Just saying. Or food in general. And I meant, yes, she would tell me, Josh, she wouldn't eat it. But if you want to keep thinking of excuses, I'm still here. And if my wife comes through that door, I'm going to crack up because somebody actually did it. But I don't want to get my hopes up. Tommy Mater says, I've tasted a few pieces that taste like sawdust. I get you. Yes, I did, Josh. Didn't really alter it. I just left a piece out. The only other thing I changed on this piece is on the badge he's wearing. I connected 2 cuts to make it look more like a star. Dead or alive, I'm going to finish this piece tonight. If it's the last thing I ever do, let me get a little more on camera there. since I'm being literal, Josh, you don't have to get a designer's permission to change the pattern. You just can't resell the pattern, regardless of what changes you do to it. I know you were kidding. I'm just addressing the topic. I don't know yet, Josh, because I'm still alive. He's asking how you scroll when you're dead. I have no idea, but I'll find a way if there is a way. But I have to be dead in order to answer that, and I'm not in a rush for that. But rest assured, I will come back and haunt everybody that doesn't send a pizza over here. Where we at? Amy Lord says, when drilling half-inch thick boards, do any of you use the longer drill bits or the regular length? Having a hard time drilling straight holes with the longer ones. I've never used a longer one, Mimi. I wish I could help. But she is asking the chat. She's watching over on Facebook. Josh Grover says, I still ask the designer if it's okay that I alter their pattern in any way. Yeah, it's not a bad habit to be in. Tommy Mater says, I finally got my Seiko scrollers drill Thursday. How do you like it, Tommy? I like mine. John Cousin says, I'm back. Did I miss anything good? Nope, just pizza. People talking about pizza and not sending me one. Chris Nealon says, pizza on the way. It was on. I don't know what that means, but okay. And Josh Corber says, all you missed was Charles threatening us for not buying him pizza. That's funny right there. And Chris Nealon says, wait, where am I at? He says only fair. I'm not sure what that means either. Mac Pierce says, welcome back, John C. Oh, everything is good on a Charles during stream. Well, quit sucking up, but I appreciate you. 30 minutes or it's free. They stopped doing that, John Cousins, because of too many accidents. Chris Nealon says he might be flooded with pizza. That would be a good problem to have. John Bradley says, you must be getting thirsty, Charles, aren't you? And John Cousins says, only 20 more entry holes left, Charles. I don't know about that, unless you've been counting. Now you're going to make me count. But I am thirsty, so we are going to take a swig of the good old Dr. Pepper. And Chris Nealon, if you're serious about the pizza, I'm going to crack up. But thank you. But I don't know who to take seriously, if I'm being honest. Anywho, let me count how many cuts we got left. Not counting my signature, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Between 50 and 60. Yeah, I don't want to count them all. Oh, Chris Nealon, I'm not near the doorbell, but my wife is, so hopefully. You rock, Chris. Richard Reville says, how many holes in that piece, Charles? There are 349. I missed one, Anthony, but I appreciate you trying to answer. Yeah, there's 349 cuts in this one. Technically 350, but I combined two of them up at the top on the badge, which doesn't have to be done. Josh Grover says he doesn't want to count because he can't count high. Okay, Josh, kiss it. All right. All right. Chris Nealon says he's serious. Yeah, Chris Nealon, you're too awesome. Thank you so much. You're right, Josh. I may have mixed that up a little bit. Yeah, I had two pilot holes way over here somewhere. I think it was this piece. But I also missed a pilot hole somewhere. I don't remember where it was. But I also combined two cuts over there. So I don't know how many we ended up with, by God, but we'll go with that. John Cousins says, I don't want another ghost in my shop. That's funny. I did find the pilot hole, but not the one I was looking for. There we go. I better text my wife in case you are indeed serious. All right. The warning is there. I love the internet too, by golly. All right. I'm going to stretch a little bit, by God. Leave some of you meanies hanging. Yeah, if you would have told me we had about 50 or 60 cuts left, I wouldn't have believed you, but yeah, I do. There's a lot of little detail in here, and the main has a few. I really appreciate you, Chris Nealon. I appreciate all of you, but he's on my good side right now. But if I'm being honest, I will have to wait till after the live stream to eat it because I did say I would get this piece done. So you might see some drool land on it every now and then. Let me catch up here. Josh Grover says, warn your wife so she doesn't shoot the delivery guy. She won't. We have a doorbell. We're not that sensitive. Tommy Mater says, I'm watching you and the American Cornhole League. Who would have thought that would ever have been a sport? I wouldn't have. Josh Grover says, don't get any cheese on the piece. Chris Nealon says, just hope the address on your website is correct. Yeah. I got 50,000 people writing to me and I can't talk to them. One of them's even here in the chat, but I won't say anything. Chris Nealon says, yeah, the website. Mac Pierce says, I think you should eat it on stream for Chris, Charles. I can't because I don't want to get my fingers all greasy, and I promised y'all I'd get done with this piece tonight. Yeah, but it's not as fun to watch me eat. Absolutely. Chris Nealon says these live streams are better entertainment and more educational than going to a movie. Well, I appreciate that. Reruns and commercials. Chris Nealon says if my mother-in-law was not living with me, I would cut the cable. Amen. I cut the cable a long time ago. John Bradley says, does anybody know the difference between in-laws and outlaws? Not much. Oh, outlaws you can shoot. That's funny. Or outlaws are wanted. That's funny. I'm telling you. Yeah, don't take it personally if I don't eat it on a live stream, because I don't want to do that. That's funny, John. It's just funny. Yeah, I'm keeping John Cousins, and some other people are probably keeping him from getting stuff done. But I plead the fifth, and I'm innocent because I'm not twisting anybody's arm. I didn't mean to throw those waste pieces. I needed those to keep this from breaking. Oh, well, I'll just be careful. What an idea. I got to get these little annoying cuts done. Can you believe I actually have my window unit on here in the shop because it's a little warm and there's people out there dealing with snow? Waiting for a come to Jesus moment. Yeah, I'm going to show up at the pearly gates and he's going to say, you're kidding, right? That's funny right there. And to keep this piece from breaking, I'm putting my finger next to it. John Nave says they're at 0 degrees, and Chris Nealon says 27 degrees. And that knock is probably my wife saying the pizza's here. Oh, she just says okie dokie. I said, somebody might have been ordered a pizza, but don't bring it in here. She said okie dokie. That's funny right there. Yeah, I don't know what the temperature is here, if I'm being honest. Let's see if my phone is showing me. It says it's 68 degrees. Oh, yeah. See, that's karma for all you people that were making fun of me. Chris Nealon should have comfortable temperatures for his sweetness, but I can't control the weather. I'm sorry. 68 degrees. Wow. I love Texas. Remind me of that when I'm griping about it being over 100. I can take over 100 if it's dry heat, but if it's humid, ooh, Lord. Can you believe we've only been scrolling 5.5 hours? Almost. That's ridiculous. I really need to pick up my game. Herb Hooper says 62 where he is. Chris Nealon says it should be around 7:30. John Cousins over in Canada says 34 there. By God. Y'all have my sympathy, except for the ones that were being mean. The ones that were being mean, I hope it gets 20 degrees colder. Karma's a beautiful thing. Well, I got to catch up on comments. Tommy Mater says it's AC in Houston too. Amen. By golly. Josh Grover says, but now your pizza will get cold pizza. That's all right. I have a microwave. Mimi Lord says 50 degrees here. Chris Nealon says cold pizza is still good pizza. Amen. That's one of the few foods that are good that way. John Bradley says, what size is that piece again, Charles? It is 24 inches wide by 30.5 inches tall. Thank you for asking, sir. And I'm stack cutting 2 of them. I got a bunch of teeny tiny cuts over here. Well, teeny tiny compared to the rest of them. I have no idea, Tommy Mater. Probably as close to 4 as I can get, but I don't know. Odds are it'll likely sit in a stack, but we'll see. Hello, Javier Zuela of Javi's Woodshop on YouTube. Appreciate you being here, sir. Mimi Lord says, hard to believe it was snowing here just the other day, but the weatherman finally got that storm correct, so glad it's done. Hope no more to come. I hear you. I don't know where you put your dustpan. It's over there, Chris Nealon. Josh Grover says, Chris, it's under the pile of stuff you move from one side to the other. Geez, John Cousin says 2 weeks ago it was negative 40. Y'all can stay up there. I'm just saying. Javier Anzuela is in Florida. And we're sitting at 68 here in Gainesville, Texas, by God. I'll take it. I wouldn't be able to function with negative 40 degrees outside. Y'all crazy. Can't believe we've only been here 5.5 hours. Can you believe that? I know. Excuse me. John Bradley brought up a good point. He said, at least you have less cuts than when you started after 5 hours. Yes, sir. John Bradley, he only... Okay, I'm not even going to read that because Josh is a butt nugget. Good Lord. It's a wonder I let you stay here. Yeah, I've been running the saw for 5 hours, but I haven't cut anything. Hobby says, hey John, hey Mac, -40. My hands hurt at +40. By God. You're not 100% correct, Josh. I can take it to a degree. That's funny. You got to throw us a little sweetness in there now and then. Balance it out. Just saying. Chris Nealon says, if I don't find my dustpan, I won't be family friendly. And Josh asked him if he threw it out. That's funny. I'm sorry, but that's funny. I just realized my head might have been in the way. Whoops. And the camera's probably not down low enough. I'm doing good. So if you ever need a proof that I have crappy eyesight, there you go. Russ Meadows says at Texas Roadhouse. Now just rub it in. No, I'm kidding. Chris Nealon says he ordered me a pizza, Russ Meadows. Just saying. I was wondering where you were, but I guess, spending time with the wife. I get it. And we've gotten 170 views. And we're still being held for review. And we've been here 5 hours and 36 minutes and 15 seconds. Go figure, YouTube. He found it. Yay. He found his dustpan. Okay, good. The world can move without any risk of harm. Hobbies Woodshop says, I'm enjoying Charles scrolling on one screen while I do the most annoying task of moving on my website link to new provider and rebuilding the site. It won't be long before I give up on the letter. John Nave says, can someone translate Chris's comment, please? Probably not. John Bradley says, have you ever tried magnifying glasses when cutting? No, they mess with my eyes too much. I do have the magnifier on my light right here, but it's too powerful. It messes with my eyes. And Russ Meadows says sometimes she still likes me. That's funny right there. I don't remember the last time I ate in a restaurant. I think it was when I went to have my biopsy done. Well, that's the beauty of delivery and friends like Chris Nealon, if he's indeed being serious. I got to give it time. Oh, let me stretch my back a little bit. Mac Pierce says, John, I would, but Charles would kick me out. Yeah, I'd better be careful, by golly. And Hobby being Hobby says, why would you want to cut a magnifying glass? I don't know. People are weird, Hobby. I don't know. Let's all take a drink because we can. I've got a whole bunch of notifications from Facebook I'm going to have to check when we're done here, but we're not done yet. We're going to get there. But I am human, so I have to stop every now and then. John Cousin says, I use one for my smaller cutting thing, any less than 6 inches, more than 20 entry holes. Josh Grover says, John Bradley, I do have a magnifying glass, but it's annoying at times. You think it's a small cut, then the cut it actually looks large. That's funny. Yeah, it's just too much of a shock to my eyes, so I just strain and lean in like I did and then cover the camera with my big old head. I have never had a live stream be held for review for 5.5 hours. Just saying. We love you, YouTube. Hobby says Pelosi is on the live stream review board. Sure enough. I'm not a big fan of hers. He says, gulping down Diet Coke as Charles chugs the doctor. Yes, sir. Chris Nealon says, no politics or I will cancel the pizza. That's funny right there. Pizza tracker on the way. Yay. You're cool and stuff, Chris. No politics. Politics, I don't know what you're talking about, baby. All those sound effects from my phone. I have health issues going on in the family, so I always keep my notifications on. And for those that don't know, this piece is 2 feet wide. I almost said 2 inches wide. 2 feet wide by 30.5 inches tall. And I'm rubbing up against the spring on the back of the saw. That's what that sound was, if you heard it. I do have some brad nail cuts I could get done, these two here, because we're past those areas. Might as well do that. They all got to be done. If I can find that pilot hole. I'm right there at it because the blade's getting caught on something, but it won't go through. Dag blabbit. Okay. You want to be that way? Okay. Not a dang thing I can do about it either. Well, we're going to have to break out the light because Shirley's having issues. Let me also clear out the pilot hole and make sure there's no obstructions in it. If I can remember where it was. Where was that? Down there on that piece, way over there. Yeah, I can't even see through the pilot hole, so that's part of the problem. And I'll go ahead and bump the camera for good measure. Where are we at? And we'll get our little awl thing, or ice pick. I don't know what the heck it is. It's just sharp and pointy. Might as well do that with the other hole sitting here. We're getting there. All right. Just two more. Now see, I'm not doing the ones up there, and watch me get stuck up there too. I just dropped the ice pick, so let's hope we're done with that. I need to catch up on comments. John Bradley says, Charles, you're making John Wayne proud. Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Bradley. Josh Grover said, that would be some serious skill if you cut this number 5 blade and only be 2 inches wide. Yes, sir. Nothing gets by Josh. Stop. Yeah, that might have been what I was doing, Josh, putting the blade through the brad hole. Chris Nealon says, by the way, tip included, scroll on you rock, dude. That's funny right there. All right, let's turn this piece back over and see if we can get going on it. Let's see, the backside is almost as pretty as the front because we got most of it cut out and you can kind of tell what it is, I tell you what. Now let me get this back in the right spot and we'll see what we got working with. And if I still can't find the pilot hole, I got nothing else to blame it on. Don't go there. Let me turn it around here. But yeah, the pilot hole is right there amongst the blowout from the brad nail. So that does play into it. So we're probably going to have to resort to the light here shortly. Because all that did not help anything. Here's the ridiculous. My God, man. All right, we're going to get our little trusty light out here. It might blind y'all, but I can't help that. And I can't see good enough to know if that's... Hey, blab it. Which one is it? It's the top one. Okay, that's good to know. The top Sharpie mark. Alright, we're running out of excuses here. Time to use the light. I'm not going to wrestle with it anymore. But I do have to locate it. Yeah, the further under the piece it is, the harder it is to find because I have to bend over really far to see up under there. It's taking way longer than it needed to. Taking the fun out of it, I tell you what. There we go. It only took 7 hours. Give or take 7 hours. Josh Grover says, wow, I don't get blamed. Not yet. I didn't think of it. Sorry. Chris Nealon found his workbench. Yay. No, if I'm being honest here, Josh, sometimes I blame Herb. Just saying. All right. Yeah, that often happens if there's a pilot hole in line with where, when I do these brad nails, sometimes it blows out the back of the wood. And sometimes that pilot hole gets lost amongst that blowout there. Whew. Yeah, I'll blame it on my hunger. Thank you, John Bradley. My dumb butt said I was finish this tonight, so I will hold off as long as I can. So we've been here almost 6 hours, and honestly, man, still ain't with us. I'll be dang. He still has time. blade is getting a little bit dull. All right. I found that one pretty quick, definitely compared to the last one. That one down there we're not going to do yet because we still have to cut my signature here. I've already used that one, Hobby, but good try. As far as different brand names. But anyway, he also says 6 hours relaxing by the sound of a reciprocating blade. That's the life. Amen. Paisley. Who else? There was Cooper, the actor. Yep. That's what we're naming all our breads. And my wife is texting, so the pizza's probably here, so that's going to kill me. Now I got to show you this one, Chris Neal, and hopefully it'll show up. If I can get it in there. That's to you, Chris Neal. That's funny right there. I have not done a pick of the rifleman, but Austin Man wants me to at some point. I almost always cut my signature because if there's room somewhere in that design, I'll try to make room. Thank you again, Chris Nealon. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, all the Brads, and then there was something else. I think it was actually important, and I don't remember. Thank you, sir. Please don't press charges. Yeah, if I have enough room, I always add my signature. It's either cut out of the wood or it's made of wood, if that makes any sense. I'm trying to find something near me that shows the signature made of wood, and I'll try to do that without breaking something. Y'all bear with me. Oh, that one's cut out of wood. Got this big old stack of stuff here. That one's cut out of the wood. Dag blabbit. Okay. This is the Spider-Man we did, and the signature is right there, made of wood. So the one on John Wayne will be cut from the wood. This is made of wood, if that makes any sense. By God. John Cousin says he's still hanging in and been here for 97% of the cut today, and I appreciate that. I think a few of y'all have been here the whole time. We don't need no stinking life. This is my life. Oh. Chris Nealon says, cool. I assume he's referring to the signature thing, and thank you, sir. Yeah, because people can't erase a signature if it's made of wood or cut out of the wood. This is our life and family. Yes, sir. All right. We're going to get there. I don't know why I committed myself to finish tonight, but we're too close to end now. Things I do for you people. See, what's funny is my wife's name is actually Karen, but she shows up under the P in my address book on my phone because I call her Pookie. I have her name in my phone as Pookie. Yes, I'm lovey-dovey, so kiss it. I was saying that in case y'all saw the P next to her text. Thank you, John Cousins. Where we at? I have so many shavings on my floor, says Chris Nealon, that mice would drown. That's funny. John Bradley says, what's 7 hours? Yeah, we're coming up on 6 hours. How many Brads are still holding the peace? Says Josh. Well, let me show you. So we have now areas with Brads in them. I have more than one Brad per area so that the piece won't pivot once I get closer to the end. There's 3 Brads in the one area that's not showing. There's 3 Brads right there. 2 Brads right here. 2 Brads on this one. And 2 Brads here and 2 Brads there. We're going to get there. I tell you what, it'll happen eventually. Okay. Now I'm enough in the middle that I can actually turn the piece towards me, I think, and not bump the back. I could be wrong. Nope, I got 2 cuts that I cannot get done straight on. So let me angle it again. And I'll resituate the camera here in a second. Best I can anyway. All right, no comments to catch up on, but we do need to catch up on drinks. Y'all take a drink with me. Says we have 18 people watching. If y'all have any comments or questions, feel free to throw them out there. Josh Grover says, okay, so you put multiple Brads per location. I was wondering how you kept them from twisting when down to the last Brad area. And I've done that before, and somehow it still managed to pivot. But yeah, I also just hold down the piece harder if I think it might pivot. Chris Nealon says, dag nabbit, I lost my dustpan again. Never mind. That's funny right there. Appreciate everybody stopping by to watch. If you're not subscribed, I hope you'll consider subscribing and clicking on that bell, and then click on the word all, and you won't miss a single live stream notification or project video. But it's been a while. And I'm putting my fingers here to steer, and the other one's down in the corner that you can't see. Again, the blade is dull, so it could break somewhat soon. Try not to overdo it. And Josh is telling Chris he should put a leash on his dustpan. Chris Nealon says, let's make Charles fat. Send pizza. That works for me, by God. John Bradley says, Josh, you could be like little kids with the string on their mittens. That's funny right there. All right, let's get continuing on this space. We're going to get there eventually. Nobody wants that more than I do right now, trust me. I think after this cut, I'm going to take that blade out because it's getting too dull to even use. And I've got to reload some blades here. And I just noticed I knocked a piece of veneer off, and there's not a dang thing I can do about it. I don't know how well that shows up. And I just dropped my clamp, but I knocked a piece of veneer off of there, and that's not something I can design around. I don't know how the heck I did that, but now I got to pick up the stupid clamp that fell, so y'all are going to be in total darkness for a second. Boom. That clamp was holding my camera crane up. Dagblabbit. I can't believe I knocked the stupid veneer off of there, and I got no way to repair that. Yeah, I do. I can just use glue and sawdust. That one, we got this far into the piece, And the stupid thing decided to pull that. That just irks me bigger than Dallas, I tell you what. We're going to get there. Don't you worry. Heck, blabbit. That's unfortunate. That irks me to no end, I tell you what. Had no issues whatsoever, but it is where one of the brad nails was, so I probably knocked it loose by throwing pushing the brad nail through there. I can talk, I just can't prove it right now. So, since this blade is dull, I'm going to load 2 or 3 blades here. That won't be on camera. I'll just give you all that to look at. Whoops. Okay, that's going to fall again because that's how we want it, you piece of poop. This is me trying not to cuss. Will you please stay there? I just need somebody. Okay, don't go anywhere. Now, I got to load 3 blades, and I may have to untwist them a little bit. We're using number 5 flat-ended spirals. I don't still have almost 60 cuts. I have gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blades, and I'm replacing 3 of them because they're dull. And nobody wants anything dull, by God, except for maybe me. And I'll wear that badge with honor. The only time I'll be using a number 3 blade is when I go to cut my signature, because it's kind of a little bitty there. Josh Grover, being a butt nugget, says 3 blades that'll only last a few minutes. People are so evil. Just saying. Slaving over the scroll saw. Voluntarily, but that's beside the point. Now, for those that don't know, the Hegner has its own clamping system. So that's what I mean by loading the blades. They have these little things right here you got to put the blades into. But the top and bottom have to be facing in the same direction to go into the upper clamp. So that's why I have to untwist them even with flat-ended blades. Mac Pierce says, nothing about dull about you, Charles. Well, I appreciate that. And my wife will not eat all that pizza or something serious going to happen. Just kidding. I will be really deflated, though. No, she wouldn't do that. She eats like a little bird. All right. Now we're going to untwist these here blades. Ooh, yeah, the more of these little clamps you have off to the side, the more blades you can preload. But I have to take my glasses off to do the untwisting because my eyesight's terrible. And I can't look at stuff up close. Sometimes they're twisted just right that it takes 2 or 3 tries to get it untwisted correctly. If you don't untwist it enough, it'll get butchered inside the upper clamp, and I still don't know if that one was good enough. But I guess we'll find out together, because that'll cause a hockey stick. And we don't want the hockey stick in the scroll saw. Unless you're mental. That's the blade we're going to use because it had no issue on twisting. If I break all three of these blades, then something's wrong. Because I've gotten most of this piece done with by only breaking 5 blades. Alright, they're untwisted. Let's get going again. My God, I'm tired as heck, but I'm trying to ignore that, except for the fact that I just brought it up. So I can't ignore it too much. But we will check the tension so we don't break the blades we just loaded. Alright, I am dang near unconscious, just so y'all know. I'm trying to think of how I can alter. Yeah, I'm just going to have to use sawdust and glue on that piece where the veneer popped off, because that's on the edge of the piece, so I can't really disguise it by changing the design. Where we at? Josh Grover says, do you think you'll ever break a blade by untwisting them? It has happened, or at least the hockey stick. I've never broken one untwisting them, but the hockey stick thing happens when it pushes to one side like a hockey stick, and that's why I call it that. But yeah, every now and then I don't get the twist just right. Chris Nealon says his back just snapped. Time to lie down on the cement floor. Well, dagnabbit, don't be hurting yourself. Mac Pierce says, Charles, hummingbirds eat half their weight in sugar every day, so I'm not sure your pizza is safe when your wife eats a little bird. That's funny. Chris Nealon says 5 minutes should do the trick. And Mac Pierce says, I hope it does, Chris. Me too, because you're my best friend with the pizza. Just saying. Oh, Lord, I wish I was closer to done. What have y'all done to me? I should be able to get these cuts done right side up. And then I'll readjust the camera here shortly. It still irks me that I knocked that piece of, whatchamacallit off, veneer. And hopefully I won't, well, I might hit the back of the saw here. But I'll just turn it. I should be turning it now, but that makes too much sense. Paint the veneer, no one will know. Yeah, except for everybody watching. Yeah, I'm at the back of the saw. I should have turned it first, but we can do that now. As soon as I'm done cutting what part I can reach. I should have followed my gut and turned it. So that tells me that right here is 24 inches, or 22 inches. Because that's the capacity of where the saw can reach. And I have to actually undo the clamp in order to turn the piece because it's so dang big. There we go. We're clear. Clear. Hopefully. All right. That really irks me that veneer popped off. I know it's repairable. It just irks me. There's not a lot of worse things than being irked. No, I'm quite confident the rest of the cuts can be done straight on. So, oh, diddly. Y'all are going to kill me here. But I've said I'd do it, and I'm a man of my word. I need to catch up on the comments. Chris Nealon says, Did I say it was a broccoli and pineapple pizza? You know, it could be covered in cow manure, and I'd probably still eat it because I'm so dang hungry, but thank you. That's funny. John Cousin says, I have watched birds eat from the feeder. Food everywhere. Yep. Josh Grover says, Chris, did you forget the anchovies? He might have. I'm telling you, I don't care what's on it. I'm going to munch down. Yeah, if I can ever finish this piece. And when y'all hit off my pilot hole here. There we go. But I can confidently say there's less than 60 cuts now. Thank God for that. I hear you, Mac. I'm just giving an example. I don't know who the heck decided anchovies was good on pizza. Of course, I'm not a fan of black olives or mushrooms either. That's just me. But when you're hungry, you're a lot less picky. I remember one time when I was living by myself, I was so dang hungry and broke, I was eating tortillas with butter spread on them. I'm not a stranger to being broke. Just saying. It's not a fun spot to be in, I'll tell you that. But it does make you appreciate the things you get. Especially if you bust your hind end for them. Chris Nealon says we're all enjoying the stream. Thank you, sir. And thank you, John. And I learned to like olives when I started drinking martinis. That's funny. Yeah, I believe olives are an acquired taste. They don't do a dang thing for me except gross me out. All right. Take a swig of Dr. Pepper and we'll get back on it. Whoops. Have you ever blown the dust off of something and didn't have your mouth quite clear and you ended up spitting on your project? And I haven't, just figured I'd ask. Josh doesn't love us enough. He says, I'm going to go. I'll tune in the morning to hopefully see the finished piece. Yeah, it'll be posted on Facebook, sir. Chris Nealon says, wow, on my back, just found a big piece of magnolia. I think it will become a pepper mill. Sweet. Good night, Josh. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for your torture, sir. Got a couple teeny tiny cuts here on the bridle. But I'm at a weird enough angle that I can't find the pilot hole. There we go. Now, I spent most of this live stream with the piece right side up to y'all, so I hope y'all will tolerate me having to the side because I'm right here in front of it, so it's upright for me. And Mac Pierce brings up a good point. At least your mouth wasn't full of Dr. Pepper. Chris Nealon says, switching to the phone, battery down to 3%. Be back. Sounds good. Thank you, sir. And Anthony Campbell says, not sure if I'm going to be back. Got to be supper cooked. Or got to get supper cooked. If y'all still around, if I could read, I'd be doing better. When I'm done, I'll be back. Thank you, Anthony. If not, have a good one, and God bless you too, Anthony, sir. John Bradley says, we're cheering you on, Charles. You can do it. Come on now. And everybody's saying about Anthony. And Chris Nealon says, better. All righty. All right. Now I have my hands on the bottom of this piece is how I'm steering it. For anybody that might be wondering. So close, yet so far. All right, we got 17 people watching. If y'all have any comments or questions, throw them on out there, and I'll respond to them. We're somewhat close to done. Let me, after I get done with this cut I'm working on, all we have left is this area right here. So there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Well, I actually have one cut right here, but yeah. And that light at the end of the tunnel is not a train, I hope. Appreciate those of you that are stuck with me. It's only been 6.5 hours. A wee bit of sarcasm there, but I have done 11-hour live streams before, so it's not unheard of. I know this won't be one of those 11-hour live streams. If I can't get this done soon, then something's wrong with me. And it's chattering more because my hands aren't close to the blade. Now it won't chatter as much. Hello, Steve Combs. You got here close to the end. And Mac Pierce says it usually is. I don't know what that means because I've babbled so much. Everybody saying hello back and forth. I do think Steve Combs needs to be on Facebook so we can connect. But if he doesn't want to, then we see how he is. Apparently, we're not special enough. All right, now the pieces can be upside down to y'all because I have to do over here and I got to be able to see it up close, or closer than it is now anyway. And I apologize for the less fun view. Yeah, Mac, it usually is a train, but I'm hoping for the best here. But if anybody new comes in the chat, let them know there's nothing wrong with your TV set or computer or device speed. The picture is upside down. Because I need the detail closer to me. If it was way over there, I would be straining to see it. Now, I could have it right set up, but all that overhang would be hanging into my gut, and that wouldn't be comfortable. That might be inspiration to lose weight, but that ain't going to help any. John Nave brings up a very good point. Says, if there's a train coming, you might get the hell out of the tunnel, just saying. Well, that would make entirely too much sense. Now, we've been here 6 hours and 40 minutes, and Russ Meadows doesn't love us. He'd rather eat at Texas Roadhouse. Can you imagine? Oh, I believe you, Steve. I've never been there, but and he says they got great big adult beverages. We're so close to done, it hurts, folks. But there's a bunch of little detail I got to get out of the way here. Somebody felt the need to make this really detailed. And I can't find the pallet hole. because it was going too smoothly for too long. Dang it, it should be right there. And there it is. Yay. I'm going to stretch just a tad. Chris Nealon, you're just funnier than I'll get out. I tell you what, I promise you I'll finish this. And I'm going to partake in my favorite pizza. Thanks to a good homie named Chris Nealon. Let's all take a drink. I got like a 1/4 inch of sawdust on my laptop. That can't be good for it. Not literally a 1/4 inch, just kidding, but got dust on it. I want to know which one y'all added all the detail in this piece that's making me still have to cut it. Because I'm going to write to you in all caps, buddy. Chris Nealon says sawdust and pepperoni. John Cousin says I had pork chops with garlic, mashed potatoes, and broccoli with cheese. By God, except he didn't say mashed taters because he's in Canada. Probably said, potatoes, eh? That's funny right there. I don't care who you are. At least I thought it was. Now, if we can find the pilot hole, we will be doing good. There we go. Ooh, I wish I was done. But it shall happen. Mimi Lord says I had sloppy joes and chips, cheap and easy. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to go ahead and check YouTube, see if they're still holding me for review after all these hours. Yep. 188 views. And almost 7 hours, and they're still holding me for review. I love them. But I gained another subscriber, so that's always good. All right, let's get back to it. If I can find the pilot hole. There we go. Let me catch up here. Chris Nealon saying, did you say sloppy joes? Yes, sir, she did. She said, so what does it mean when they hold you for review? I don't know. It just has a little thing that says, may not be suitable for all advertisers. Request a review, and I request a review, and it says it will be reviewed by a human. And apparently no humans are awake right now at YouTube because they've been holding me for God knows how long. John Cousins is responding very late. He says potato. Making fun of his Canadian accent there. Chris Nealon says, I wonder if my wife is looking for me. John Nave, hello. All right. Gotta get back to the scrolling. And if we find the pilot hole, we'll be rolling right along. Better late than never. Okay, who wants to guess how many more pilot holes we have left? Never mind, there's over 20, I know that, but you can't tell by looking because we're going to buzz right through them, by God. Don't try to guess because I'm not going to take the time to count them all. I just know I hit 20 and stopped and I wasn't done. Doesn't look like 20, but it is. Or over 20, but not by a whole lot. And now I've done tortured myself. Now I got to count. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. My God, you couldn't tell that by looking. Just saying. And Steve Combs is way off. He says 12. It sure don't look like that many, but we're going to buzz right through them, so we're good. Plus, I got one down at the bottom, not counting my signature. So that's, what, 31? I don't remember what the number I said. Awesome, man. About time you showed up, sir. My God, we've only been here 7 hours, 2 minutes, and 33 seconds. Appreciate it. Randy Bosheen says, shave the mane, you'd have a lot less. Yes, sir, I would. And Awesome Man Bill says, Rooster's coming along well, I see. I sure hope so. Thank you, sir. And a bunch of hellos back and forth. Other than one cut down at the bottom and my signature, this is all that's left, Bill. Just saying. We're going to get there. And you see how I acknowledge you right off the bat? Awesome, man. Just saying. You don't have to apologize, Bubba. We always appreciate it when you're here, Mr. Bill. Awesome, man. we care about any and every commenter or viewer here. Aussie Man says his fridge blew up today and he's frantically looking for another. Hope you find one, sir. So if you're in here watching and you're in Australia, get a hold of Aussie Man Bill or Aussie Man 77181. John Cousins being a goober saying, do they have pizza down under? Chris Neal telling me I have to come to Texas. Well, if that's what it takes, I'll take it. Trying to find a pilot hole. Yeah, it only happens all the time. What the hell? There we go. Awesome Man says, I have just bought it on eBay. And yes, there's pizza in Australia. Yay. That's not the pilot hole I wanted. It had the brads through it, and we do those last. Not as popular as fish and chips or Hungry Jack's or McDonald's, says Aussie Man. Got a little piece of debris under there. And I just broke the blade in my hand. That could be the quietest blade break we've ever had. I've been it too much trying to find the pilot hole. So take a quiet drink if you so choose. That's the first time that's ever happened to me. All right. Mimi Lord says, did you ever think that so many people would enjoy watching you scroll when you started live streams? No, ma'am, but I hoped they would. And lost 30 subscribers, but we've gotten quite a few back. We're back to, where are we? 63.59. So 11 more. I'll be back where I was when I started. But I appreciate every dang one of y'all for sticking by me and watching. It's not all about subscribers. We're at 191 views right now, and that's plumb nifty. And where are we at? All right, let me get back on it. And for those that don't know, I started doing these live streams December 11th of 2019. And this is number 72, I believe. I try to do them daily, if not twice daily, but there's a few days in there I haven't. Every now and then life gets in the way. Already cut there. But I'm happy even if even a handful of people enjoy this, so that works for me. Let me catch up here. Chris Nealon says, hey, no more breaking blades, getting fuzzy with the drinking game. John Nave says, homemade pizza is the best. Chris Nealon agrees. Aussie Man says, even if I can't always watch all the time, I'm still with you. I have a life, and it just keeps getting in the way. LOL. That's funny right there. And we appreciate you, Bill. If nothing, they're heading to Texas. Only a 20-hour drive, by God. Awesome, man. This is definitely one of your better pattern scroller, man. Well, thank you, sir. Checks in the mail. Just don't cash it. We are so close to being done. Nobody's more thrilled about that than me. But we've only been going 7 hours and almost 17 minutes. It's a light day. And don't y'all worry, at the end of this, I'll show you right side up. That would be kind of mean if I showed it upside down the whole time and people had to turn their monitors upside down or whatever you're watching on. Then I'll be getting a bunch of doctor bills in the mail. Blab it. I ain't a big fan of when that happens, but y'all take another drink if you're so inclined. That's not a pilot hole. Yes, I did also, man. I just didn't know how to respond. But, you know, there won't be another stream at midnight because I'll probably be unconscious by midnight. And also, man, you can watch whatever you want, Bubba. I ain't gonna run off. I'm not that petty of a friend. We are so close. I've been saying that for a good hour now, but we are. Chris Nealon says, no more drinks for me. I have to work in 8 hours. Well, dag nabbit, I'm sorry. John Nave says, oh my God, the light at the end of the tunnel is the train. Everybody out now. And Steve Combs wants your drinks there, Chris. That's one way to clear out a chat. Tell everybody that the light at the end of the tunnel is a train. But we still got 17 people watching. If anybody has any comments or questions, they don't have to be on topic. As long as they're family friendly, I will repeat them. But for this second, I'm going to stretch a little bit. Not too long, don't worry. We only have 16 more cuts, if I counted correctly. No, 17, counting the one at the bottom and my signature. Well, I don't count my signature, but there anyway. Welcome back, Lawrence. Let me make sure I didn't miss any comments. Nope, I did not. We're at 199 views. How cool is that? And we're not done yet. I don't know if we've done that before. Maybe in the 11-hour stream. I don't remember. And yes, we're still being held for review 7.5 hours in. Oh, well. If I did this for the money, I'd be sorely disappointed. And everybody take a drink with me so I won't feel as guilty for stopping. And Aussie Man says, it's becoming a habit of Aussie turning up just in time to see the finish of the project. Gray hair is under his cap, Mr. Lawrence. Not his cap, his hat, you know what I mean? If this horse didn't have any hair showing, then we could have been done by now. But apparently the horse needed hair. Can you believe that? So close, my friends. If I can just find the padded hole, which I just did. Yay. Check that tension, might be a little bit loose. Nope, it's not. My gut says I'm going to break at least one more blade before we're done. I don't want to be right, but, you know, as stuff happens. If anybody's watching for the first time on YouTube, I hope you'll consider subscribing. Click on the bell and click on all, and you'll never miss anything. If you want to connect on Facebook, I go by the Charles Daring on there, and that's all one word. And rest assured, you'll never be ignored here in the chat. Always acknowledged if I see it. I am human. Every now and then I miss it, but I don't have 20 people sitting here with me that can read them off. Awesome Man says he might miss the end and because he has to drive his son to work soon. Well, hopefully I'll get done before then, but best case scenario, this video will still be here. I'd wait on you, but people have been here for the whole time. They might be a little upset with me. Steve Combs says, technically, never mind, I'm not even going to read it. Jean-Michel Volodymyr says, Beaucoup de Matrici or something like that. I don't know what it says. So forgive me if anybody wants to translate that and Google Translate, that'd be great. Aussie Man says it's just not the same as live. Agreed. Yeah, can somebody translate that for me and Google Translate what Jean-Michel Volodymyr? Thank you, John. I know thank you is merci beaucoup, so I sort of recognize one word. Forgive me if I butchered your name, sir, or ma'am, I don't know. Wait, the first name. It's out of view right now and my hands are full. I believe John Cousins speaks French if he's still out there. Hopefully he can translate for us. Oh. Chris Nealon says, don't leave Aussie pizza party coming. John Nave guesses good evening, and same to you, sir, if that's what he's saying. I have no idea. French is a beautiful language, but I do not know it. Man, we were so close, aren't we? Yep. John Nave says a lot of skill in too many words. Merci beaucoup. Lost Man says, sorry, I wish I could, but family comes first always. Yep. I'm doing my best to finish as quick as possible, Bill. I'll even skip a little bit of Dr. Pepper for you, buddy. And that's saying a lot. I was just about to start stretching and taking a swig. And I gotta lie to you because I need to stretch and take a drink of Dr. Pepper. Said I'm gonna be back in 15 if you're still here. Well, by God, I'll do my darndest, sir. I bet we can stretch this out 15 more minutes. Oh, we're so close. Oh, diddly. Bear with me, we're going to get there. Says we have 17 people watching. If y'all have any comments or questions, please feel free to throw them out there, even if you've never commented before. If I can't answer it, somebody in the chat might be able to. Y'all don't get too excited when I get done with this main. I still got one cut down at the bottom along with my signature. The signature will be second to last because the last cut will be what's holding the stack together. But either way, we're going to get there. Steve Combs says, do you have to go back and sand all the cut edges? Not necessarily, but it is spiral blades. So yeah, there is. Yeah, I guess I do. That won't be on the air though. Comments, passé, what? Yeah. He's talking to Jean-Michel or Jean-Michel. I don't know how to say that. Man, we're so close. Let me check the tension one more time. Yeah, it loosened a tiny bit, but I might have just tightened it too much, so we might break another blade. But we can put another one in there, so it's not the end of the world. That might be a record for finding the pilot hole that quickly. I got real lucky there. And John Nave and John Cousins are translating the French that John was saying. How's their night? And I knocked the veneer off of that, so I got to cut that off. Nothing major. Blade kept bouncing off the line there. I don't know why. Four more cuts, or three more cuts than the signature, and then with the final cut. I fear we may not have Bill back before then, but he understands. John Cousin says, just because I live in Canada, am I supposed to know French? I was born in Germany, did not speak English until I was 6. Or Russ Meadows told me that you knew French. Is the only reason I assume that. I was born in Okinawa, but I don't know their language.
Ooh, so close. Where we at? Where we at? Chris Nealon says most schnauzers want to go to bed. Everybody's saying night, Chris, night, Chris. And Jean-Michel wrote again if somebody wants to translate for me. Chris Nealon says just the dogs, not me. That's funny right there. So John Cousins or John Nave, if one of y'all wants to translate what Jean-Michel wrote, I'd appreciate it. Again, John Cousins, it's only because I was told you speak French. I might have been misinformed.
Not quite done. I got the signature and one last cut to do, and then we'll be done. I'm going to put a smaller blade in there to do the signature. And when you do that, when you put a smaller blade in, you have to reset the tension because it'll be different with a smaller blade. And I've got to untwist the blade. Well, John Cousins says, why not? But can you tell me what he said? I see the word Costa Rica in there, but that's all I see. And thank you, Chris Nealon, saying he'll be here till the end, as a few of y'all are, and I appreciate that, because we have been here a while. All right. And I'll zoom in real close for the signature in case anybody gives a crap about it. As soon as I decide right where I want to start. There we go. Now the signature is not very dark, so I don't know how well y'all will be able to see that. All right. Hopefully y'all can see that. I have no idea. The blade skipped a little bit. Dagnabbit. But it didn't break anything yet. I don't think I have enough tension on the blade. Oh, yep, it loosened again. That blade was flexing a lot more than I wanted. Anyway, let me get back to the top of that letter. I know the signature is supposed to be the last part of a cut, but when you're trying to hold the stack together, this would be the second to last cut. All right, well, we still have two more number 3 blades, so I was prepared. Well, one more. See what y'all went and did. Let me untwist this one and we'll get going again. Luckily, it didn't break anything. That could be a bad omen that the blade broke on my signature. But I do have to check the tension because the blade broke. So excuse me when my hand gets in the way. Now, because when I put that blade in, it hockey sticked on me. Hockey sticked? That doesn't sound right. Anyway, so I don't want to take it out of the clamp because I'm afraid it'll break it again. Then I'll have to load another one. All right. Are y'all able to see? Y'all are probably barely even able to see that dang signature after all that. There's only so much I can show you. Okay, we'll keep going. Hopefully the blade doesn't break. But it is vibrating a lot. Alright, so the signature survived. We have one more cut and then we're done, and I'll zoom out for everybody. And yes, there have been times I've broken my signature. It's not the end of the world. It kind of sucks, but we lived through it. You see, because it hockey stuck. I don't know if y'all can see that or not, but the blade is real. It's got a little kink in it because of it getting hockey sticked in there. Hockey sticked doesn't sound right, but I do have one dull blade left I can cut that last cut with. So I'm not worried about that one. Y'all are being awful quiet on there for being so close. Oh wait, I missed some comments. And Chris Nealon is asking if this is stack cut. Yes, sir. It's stack cutting too. Oh, he says it's nighttime in Costa Rica. John Nabe says, sorry guys, the internet cut out. Not a problem. Hello, Wesley Balco. John Nabe says, a bit of snowfall. And I hear, Wes, you're here just in time for the final cut. And don't say about time or I'll respond in all caps, by God. Now, this blade looks kinked too, but I'm going to make it work because it's my last dang blade. Well, it's not my last one, but it's the last one that's loaded. And for one final cut, it would be really an insult if the blade broke for that. But, you know, what the heck, it's live. Why not? Wes, if you have a tape measure nearby, can you measure the yeah, kiss it. Can you measure the one I did that's on your wall? I want to see if this one's the same size or bigger. Well, we just had 8 hours, so people watching on Facebook just lost out because Facebook live feeds cut off right at 8 hours. And I don't know if I got that sentence out, Wes, if you don't mind measuring the one I did for you that's hanging on the wall so I can compare the sizes here. I'm going to pull back just a little bit to tease y'all on this last cut.
and that way I can reveal the whole thing when we're done. I got to reset my clamp. This one is 24 inches wide or 2 feet wide by almost about 2.5 feet tall. Somewhere in there. 24 inches by 30.5 inches. This is the final cut, and then I will pull back after I brush off the dust and stuff. But we can't be finding that pilot hole too quick on the final cut. That would be silly. Wow. There we go. I was nowhere close to it. Okay. I am teasing y'all by not showing the whole cut, but it may be a karma thing because I have a very serious kink in that blade. It might break while I'm cutting this final cut, so I'll have to load a final blade just to finish the piece. And as soon as I'm done showing this piece, I'll show you all what the next set of live streams will be. The project, I already have it. Well, I have a small version of it printed out, and I'll show you what it's going to be, if you don't know already. All right, let me get a brush out, and then we'll pull back the camera and show everybody. Stephen White says, is your top blade holder screwed down tight? I was thinking the Heckner manual shows to leave it so it can move. Well, I've never, it's screwed down tight, but maybe I've been doing it wrong all this time. All right, let me dust this off, and then I will reveal. Take the blade out of there. Don't worry, y'all aren't gonna miss anything. I'm going to dust it off first. I guess Wes left before he measured. You made it just in time, Bill, by God. Okay, now the part of the arm of the scroll saw is going to be in the way.
No, I need to find a way to do this. Yeah, we'll do it like that. All right, and I'm going to be a big old jiggly mess with the crane here. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is your... I can't get the whole thing in there, so I'm going to have to scan. That is the finished John Wayne piece, 2 feet wide by 30.5 inches tall. And I guess if I'm going to show every bit, I might as well show the hat. Because that'll matter to some people. There you go, signature and all, by God. It is for sale, but I don't advertise that on the live stream, and because that's not why I do the live streams. But there is that. So, let me catch up on the comments here. Awesome Man says, well done, Scroller Man. Looks great. Thank you, sir. Steve Nealon of Hernial Media says, looks good, Charlie. Thank you. John Nave says, gorgeous. Thank you. Herb Hooper says, it looks awesome. Thank you. John Cousin says, now Steve shows up. No, 9 times out of 10, Steve's always there. He just not always commenting. Awesome Man says, I love it. And Steve Combs says, that's freaking awesome. Well, freaking thank you. And freaking, I'm not going to lie, it's good to be done with this, but I am going to show y'all what the next project will be. It's not drawn onto the wood yet, but that doesn't take too long, but I won't do that on live stream because that can be boring to watch. Let me clamp that in place the best I can anyway. And when the camera settles down, this will be our next scroll saw project, and I'll probably double stack that one as well. This is Kevin Costner and a horse leaning up against the fence from the show Yellowstone. That will be our next scroll saw project. Thank you very much. Mac Pierce says, great stream, great pattern, Charles. Scroll on. Lawrence Alder says, great job, Charles. And we're much obliged. Let me set the camera at the top before we end things here. There we go. All right, it's good to be done. I'm glad y'all made me stick with it. Big blabbit. Ooh, my back hates you, but I love you. Not a problem. It's fun to do. You know, my friends, we made it to 8 hours, 8 minutes, and about 30 seconds, except for the babbling when I close out the show. That'll make it right at 9 hours. Just kidding. I appreciate everybody being here. If you're not subscribed, I hope you'll consider subscribing. Click on that bell. You'll never be... I don't get that station. Aussie Man, I had to find it somewhere online. What was I saying? Oh, I hope you'll consider subscribing and click on the bell. You'll be notified of any project videos. If you click on the word all after clicking that bell, you'll be notified of anything I upload, and I hope y'all will consider subscribing. And I appreciate everybody being here, but above all, by God, if I could get the mouse to move. Thank you so much, Brandy Bosheen. I appreciate it. Y'all know above all what you got to do is